Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Normal America Show. I'm host robnoerr. Happy Cope Day! We're here. Yay! Finally. Near the end of Pride Month, and finally Cope Day has came. What a great day. Find your left-leaning friends and give them a shoulder to cry on as they tell you that they're not tearing up because they're sad. They're tearing up because Biden won so much. Thank you, Aftershock, for the sub. Enjoy the Cope. It's everywhere. Whee! It's so fun. I'm doing good, base politics. Doing good. Sort of. My back hurts, but that's going to be something I'm perpetually dealing with for a short time, I think. So, oh well. Life goes on. But I'm enjoying Cope Day. It's fun. We'll talk about the cope, the different types of cope, what's going on. We'll talk about... No, I'm not going to bullshit you. There are right-wing people that cope when they lose as well. But nothing beats cope like the left. Nothing. Hell, I'm surprised we didn't see riots on the street because Biden lost the debate. I guess we still have time, right? That seems to be the go-to move from the left. When they don't get their way, riots. What about January 6th? Right. The reason January 6th is so ingrained in everyone's minds because the right doesn't do that, like, ever. And we expect it from the left. There's, like, literally hundreds of instances. So it doesn't stand out when the left does it. It's been glorious, though. It's been glorious to watch some of the caricatures that I deal with. They're left-wingers. Yeah, if you're a populist, it's been a good week. Trump's victory over Biden, I guess a default victory because Biden's just the worst. And then you got the Fisher ruling, which ruled that basically prosecutors overstepped their bounds when they charged all the January 6 people with delaying an official proceeding. But Destiny won't say Biden is slipping? Really? Or says Trump is just as bad? No. I'm not surprised. They have to at this point. They have to. And then Chevron. Chevron was this case that basically said that executive agencies had sort of the ability to have their experts weigh in on the creation of rules and regulations, which end up just basically being laws, and that you could default to those agencies. The court overturning, I've only looked at this briefly, but the court overturning it seems to suggest that no, that only Congress has the power to make laws as it should be, and therefore by de facto allowing these executive agencies to create laws, that's no longer legal. And so the courts will weigh in, like if one of these executive agencies fine you $10,000 because you didn't use the right crab net, now you could take that to court. I can't sit here. I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you and say that I'm very familiar with Chevron case. What I do know is this, that one of the major problems in this country is that our country is really ran by bureaucrats that aren't elected, and they're not answerable to anyone. And so any ruling that seeks to take power away from those bureaucrats is one that puts power closer back to the hands of the people. So in many ways, as important as the debate was last night for reasons I'll get to, the Chevron ruling might actually be far more important to getting this country into a better direction. But nonetheless, not a good day if you're the left. A lot of pack the court talk going on. You can understand now why there's been such a visceral reaction to go after Alito and Thomas. Yeah, so is that true? Guess who farted? I didn't see that. But we're going to talk mostly about the debate, seeing as how I didn't read the court decisions. Yeah, there's a lot of talking points. We'll go over the talking points that have came out. And I'll first reiterate with what my point immediately following the debate was last night. The significance of this debate and what happened, which was, not to bury the lead, the absolute worst debate performance I've ever seen from a presidential candidate, bar none, let alone the nominee of a major party. I'm open to someone showing, I've only been following these debates since probably W. Bush and Gore. I think I probably watched some of that in high school. So I don't recall like Ross Perot on the debate stage very well, or Reagan or Herbert Walker Bush. I can't speak, and certainly back before then. I have seen some older presidential debates, the famous Nixon JFK debate. I'm familiar with that. Of the ones I've seen, this is running away with it, the worst debate performance. Biden. But Nixon JFK Nixon was, in speech classes, that's a famous debate that you analyze, and famously, people that listened on the radio thought Nixon won on average, and people that watched it on video thought that JFK won, and it was because Nixon had a cold. And Mark Hebert says, "Did you watch Destiny just before and during the debate? You've got to go debate him again. He's shown his true colors with how much he despises all of us right of center. You're the only one of us that he sort of respects." Yeah, shit, I'll debate him again. But no, I didn't see him. Last night, I watched the debate. I came on here and streamed. I didn't see almost anyone's cope. Or what, even like, I didn't even see people on our side, what they were saying about the debate. Andrew Wilson called in. I heard his opinions on it. And then I jumped on Wick's channel and heard what the people on that panel were saying. That was it. Now, today I've seen more takes from the MSNBC crowd, the CNN crowd, etc. So we'll talk about this. But just to finish my summary here. So what was important about the debate wasn't, Trump won. It is true. Like, first off, let's douse some cold water here. In no way does that debate show that Trump is guaranteed to win the presidency. I do think it increased his chances. I'll give him from formerly 5% to 6 or 7% chance to win now. I still think there's almost no chance. I think that as we go along in our country, we'll start to see it doesn't even really matter the competency of the candidates. None of that matters. The sort of propaganda machine, the rules that we have and how we count votes, the people that are counting the votes, those things will have increasing effect. And so you'll get to the point where you could literally run, P. Diddy, and if he's on the party that they want to win, he'll win. That's how far we're going. And this was something that I was talking about a lot in 2020, as people were talking about Dominion voting machines, which I don't begrudge them, but I wasn't someone who followed that a lot. I said the question that I'm concerned with isn't, did those machines change votes? The question I'm concerned with is, what if they didn't? Because, and I said this the day after the election, I said, if they could drag a doddering old man who hid in his basement for the last 3 months of the campaign across the finish line, then who won't they be able to select in the future? The same rings true today. Now it's more evident that Biden's a doddering old man. Does it matter? I don't know. So just to be clear, anyone that is out there like, this is it, is full of it. They're absolutely full of it. You have no idea the amount of scandals, propaganda, manipulation of algorithms, censorship, ballot harvesting schemes, etc. that's coming down the pipe. And we could talk if people want to get specifically into some of those things that could come up. That's it. But the significance of the debate, in general, losing a debate isn't the end of the world. I tend to put more importance on debates than they actually are, but that's because I like debates. The truth is, the people that that are going to decide the election, those that are moderate, that haven't made up their mind, etc., I don't know how much the debate moves the needle for many of them. In a normal case. The issue isn't that Biden lost the debate. It's not even that he lost the debate bad, which unquestionably he did. though there is the cope out there that he didn't, which we'll get to. The problem is that and I saw someone saying this today. I think it was Flausny on X. I was going back and forth with a little, and they were like, Biden lost one debate, but blah, blah, blah. We shouldn't be deciding democracy based on a debate. It's not that Biden lost a debate. This person said, what the debate should be is one topic for 3 hours, so you could really focus in on the details. That's not the issue. The issue is Biden, I'll be as generous and unhyperbolic as possible, has cognitive decline to the ability where he basically can't form coherent sentences. And he is not capable of being the leader of this country. That's the problem. It's not a problem of, well, Biden had a cold and he was coughing and sneezing a lot, so he looked worried. Or they happened to ask a couple of questions that Biden just didn't know the answer to. That's not the problem. All of that's overcomable easily, particularly when you're the Democrats. Republicans, particularly a Republican that's a non-establishment Republican like Trump, you have to basically, you got to run the gambit. You have to debate well, you have to campaign well, you have to have good ads, you have to have a good ground game, you have to have good fundraising. When all of the institutions are on your side, like with Joe Biden, or with the Democrats in general, you don't need that. I talked about this after the 2022 elections. Why were those elections a failure with Republicans? And there was all these theories. Remember, I did a bunch of episodes. Who's to blame? Was it Trump's fault? Did he drag the party down? Was it like McConnell, the establishment GOP people? Was it bad candidates? Was it there was a lot of bad candidates like Dr. Oz? Was it bad fundraising? Was it a bad ground game from the RNC? It was all of it. That's the problem. Democrats could get away with bad candidates. They could put John Fetterman up. He could get crushed in the debate. It doesn't matter. Because Dr. Oz didn't run the gambit. He wasn't a good candidate anyways, but nonetheless, didn't have the ballot harvesting. That's it. It's all it takes in Pennsylvania. Who could harvest the ballots? That's going to be Democrats again. Just to let you know. That's who's going to win. That's the problem. And so one of the copes we'll talk about is people like, well, it's just one bad debate. It wasn't. It was a historically bad debate, and it wasn't like, this isn't like a sporting event, right, where it's like, the Celtics are playing the Mavericks, and the Celtics have a crappy game and lose by 30 points. This would be like the Celtics went out there, and all of their players were 90 years old, and they couldn't come off the bench, and they lost by 400. They couldn't score one basket. You could say, yeah, it's just one game. But everybody that would have watched that game is like, there is no chance. These are not professional athletes. They should be in a nursing home. That's what happened. But how bad this looks for Biden compared to Trump, that's not the story. As I talked about last night, the story is, this is yet again, and once I say this, it seems every 6 months, once more, the most blatant example I've ever seen of just how corrupt our institutions are. The fact that all of the people in Biden's cabinet and all of the Democrats that interact with him and all of the media people that interact with him and all of the people that surround him and his family lied to us blatantly about something that we could blatantly see for years. Many of them are out there continuing to lie today. They gaslit us and said, there's no cognitive decline. Those are cheap fake videos. That's what they told us. See, Biden, look at this edit. In this edit, Biden doesn't look confirmed. Flash forward to a 10-second clip of Biden that has 14 cuts. See? Look how good he looks. Everybody knew it. We all knew it. And I don't know how I could make this point any clearer. If they're willing to lie to... Again, when I had the big argument with Pisco with the Jabal Bowman thing, what is so aggravating to me is if you're willing to lie about something so of little consequence and so blatant, what wouldn't you be willing to lie about? And screw him and screw our little disagreement. We're small potatoes. We're talking about almost the entirety of our mainstream media. The entirety of the Democratic Party, the entirety of the bureaucratic state and the executive agencies. All of them see Biden all the time. Now, you, with your eyes, could see how bad he is, and that's just the limited time you get to see him on screen. But they told us over and over with a straight face. People like Pete Buttigieg would say, oh, he's the smartest guy in the room. When the cameras are off, we can't keep up with him. Karen Jean-Pierre is saying it. Nancy Pelosi saying that. All of these institutions, people in academia, they know. The Nobel laureate economists, they know. The former Intel officials, they know. They all knew. And yet they gaslit you and said, there's nothing to see here. There's no problem. They knew. And now they're out there today, some of them, and they're like, oh, wow, we didn't see this coming. Yes, they did. They knew. I think deep down they thought if we drug him up right, he could get through this. Then we won't have to do another debate. Biden could stay in his basement. We'll leave his meme team and, his social media teams take credit for the campaign from here on out. Barack Obama will campaign for him. Celebrities will say nice things for him. We'll trot him out once in a while to read off a teleprompter. Good to go. That's what they thought. It blew up in their face. Now, when they can't hide from the reality, at least they thought they couldn't, in real time, they were going, oh shit. But let me ask you this question. The same people that are willing to lie to you about that, you think they're willing to lie to you about how secure the border is? You think they're willing to lie to you about how good the economy is? You think they're willing to lie to you about how the war in Ukraine's going? You think they're willing to lie to you about how lockdowns were important? Or how Black Lives Matter rallies can't spread the disease, but Trump rallies can. Remember? You can't have a funeral for your grandma, but Barack Obama can have a big birthday party at Martha's Vineyard. I remember listening to Scott Adams once, and he was talking about, there's a name for this phenomenon, and it's very interesting. And he was talking about how full of shit our media is. And he's like, you recognize how full of shit they are when they're talking about an issue that you know about. So, for example, say you're a truck driver. You pick up your city newspaper every day, right? And you read it. And there's an article about construction, okay? And here's an article about foreign policy, okay? Here's an argument about the economy, okay? And you're like, yeah, it's all good. But then there's an article about truck driving. And as someone who knows about that field, you look and you're like, this is completely fucked. This article is completely wrong. They don't even have the most basic facts. Or if you're an engineer, you read, they don't know what they're talking about in regards to engineering. But you trust them in all the other stuff. Thanks, Beery Twitch. I see some of the chats. Sorry I haven't got to everyone yet, but I will have a nice day. Thank you. The media isn't the media. They're not the free press. They don't hold truth to power. Their job is to bury the truth for the powerful. That's their job. That's why they exist. They're not going to report real stories. And sometimes they come out and say it. Thanks, Barry Twitch. Appreciate the follow. Sometimes they come out and say it. Well, we need to stop trying to have fairness as our agenda. Because Trump's, and we'll talk about this today, it's one of the big copes you're seeing today. How dare the moderators not step in and save Biden? How dare they? That's unfair. The moderators needed to step in because Trump's just a felon liar. He's a felon liar, and they should have stepped in. Right, that's how so much of the media operates. They don't look at the job as like, look, here are the facts, we put the facts out, let's let the people make a decision. They look at it as, we'll only report the facts that we think aligns with our agenda. And our agenda is, we have to promote the good people in government and go after the bad people in government. And who's the good people? Well, it happens to be the same people that the CIA likes, and the FBI likes, and the IRS likes, and the EPA likes, and the Democrats like, and the establishment Republicans like. Those are the good people. Now, formerly, media would have went after those groups because they are the most powerful groups. And the media was considered the last bastion of accountability for the average person to have against the powerful. Now they don't do that. Now they protect the powerful. They'll censor the Hunter Biden laptop story. They'll promote Brett Kavanaugh's a gang rapist. They'll say Trump colluded with Putin. Whatever. Why? Because it helps the powerful institutions that want those sorts of articles to go out. What's up, pleasers? That's the point. So when the media tells you, oh, trust us, January 6th was a coup. Oh, trust us, the economy's doing great. Oh, trust us, Republicans pounce on border comments. Oh, trust us, this border agent was racist and was attacking a migrant with a whip. Oh, trust us, illegal immigration's a net good. When the media tells you that, when academia look at academia. We used to think science was beyond reproach. Just look at the pandemic. How many scientists signed off on Peter Daszak's letter saying it couldn't have came from a lab? Remember? Then they used that letter as the base for censoring people on social media that were saying that. Turns out it was all bullshit. In private, many of those same scientists were saying, geez, this looks like it came from a lab. But it turns out that not only was it the establishment popular thing to say, no, it can't come from a lab, but also turns out that many of these same scientists that work in gain of function rely on government funding in order to get funding for their jobs. And so they don't want to put the message out there to people, actually, this funding could lead to dangerous results. That's what's going on. What's going on is this. My neck of the woods, people that live around here that don't follow politics like me because they are more interesting people and they have more going on than me probably, they only get little snippets of what's going on. Most of the time it's not even from official news sources. It's through other cultural entities. But they got the message that like Trump engaged in a coup and Trump's a Russian puppet. And Trump almost killed us all with the pandemic. Because that message is everywhere. It's drummed and it's effective. It's effective when the media and the entertainment industry and social media and most mainstream politicians, when they're all pushing the same message, it's effective into reaching particularly those average people that aren't going to do a lot of legwork. Trump said Nazis were good people. Oh my God. It's a lie. It would take you 30 seconds to watch the clip and see that that's a lie. But it didn't matter. The lie was repeated over and over and over by institutions that allegedly are trustworthy. And so that lie became the truth. That's it. So when they say over and over, no, Biden doesn't have cognitive decline, the truth is, people that are watching me right now are special. You're all special, but not as special as you think. People that are watching Whick right now are special. People that are watching Destiny are special. And I don't mean special that you're better people. That's not what I'm saying. You're people that have taken enough of an active interest in politics and cultural issues that you're watching streamers. The mere fact that you're tuned into someone like me or someone like Destiny shows that you have more of an interest in average political stories than the average person. Thanks, Corky Clem. I appreciate it. That's a remarkably generous comparison. I loved Rush. Dark Bags going for the jugular there. It's just true. So, when I hear, and there's certain, by the way, just as a rule of thumb, and this is true of a Democrat, right? I'll tell you a story. When you hear, like, one of Trump's answers last night that was good was like, the story that came out in the 2020 cycle where he was standing next to a general at a gravesite for fallen soldiers, and he was like, they're all suckers and losers. And Trump makes the point last night, like, why would I say that in front of servicemen? Like, even if I believe that, why would I say it in front of people that I knew it would piss off? Like, that's the equivalent of like, hey, I'm having a rally, I'm Trump. I'm at Cincinnati, thanks so much, Cincinnati. I hate this city, I hate all of you people. You're all stupid assholes. Would Trump ever say that in a speech in front of Cincinnati? Of course not. It doesn't even make sense. So when you hear this, you have to be like, wait, what? Now that doesn't mean that people can't say and do crazy, ridiculous shit. But when you hear something that outlandish, you should be like, I'd like to see some sort of proof. And if it doesn't come forward, your eyebrows should raise. For example, Trump said Nazis were good people. Now, even if you think Trump is a secret Nazi sympathizer, do you really think he's that dumb to go on national television and be like, by the way, Nazis are great people? You think he's that dumb? Even if he thinks Nazis are good people, which there's no evidence that that's the case, in fact, quite to the contrary. Why would he say that on national television? So the first thing you should do is like, wait. I want to see this clip. Let me see the full speech of what he said. And then you get to the next paragraph where he's like, there's good people on both sides. Clearly, I'm not talking about the Nazis, the white supremacists, the Klansmen. They should be condemned. And you're like, oh, okay. He's saying there are good people that don't want statues torn down. Great. Hardly a big story, right? I'll give you an example the other way. I had a friend who was convinced, because they read an Onion article or a Babylon Bee article, that at Trump's State of the Union, Nancy Pelosi tore a Bible in half. Because it was like an Onion article. And I was like, no, I watched the State of the Union. She tore a copy of Trump's speech in half. But she didn't tear a Bible in half. And I told that person, I was like, when you hear something like that, you really have to... What would the strategic goal of Nancy Pelosi ripping up a Bible? First off, she's a frail older lady. Ripping a book's tough. But even like ripping pages out of the Bible, why would you do that in front of national camera? Like, that could only harm you. You know, so you should really ask, like, what? Wait. And it's true. If if a story breaks tomorrow that's like, oh, did you see Joe Biden was at a rally in North Carolina and said everyone from North Carolina is dog shit? I would be like, yeah, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Can you show me the tape? Of course, with Biden, with his dementia, maybe. But still, I wouldn't believe it unless I saw proof of it. I just would say no. I don't believe that. So that's the problem, though. When you have all of these institutional controls, when Google manipulates an algorithm, I've talked about this a lot. Professor Robert Epstein said Google's manipulation of the algorithm could swing as many as 16 million votes in a national election. In elections that are being decided by 40, 50,000 votes in 3 or 4 swing states, the manipulation of the algorithm of Google could manipulate millions of votes. Now, you might remember a time when by the way, you're starting to see some progressives complain about AIPAC funding. I mentioned this the other day. All of a sudden, you're hearing them talk about Citizens United. Remember when Democrats cared about big businesses putting the thumbs on the scale of elections? But as soon as it was their party that was getting the majority of the corporate donations, and certainly large, massive, multinational corporations like Google and Facebook putting their thumb on the scale for the Democrats, then it wasn't a big deal. No problem. Fox News is still terrible, but it's okay if Google manipulates algorithms. No problem. It's okay if YouTube censors Trump voices. No problem. It's effective. It is. Now, they're so incompetent, and this is something that's true in life. The more pushback you get, the more competent. The more adversity you face, the more competent you become. That which doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? There's truth to that. If you go through life and you're a celebrity and you just surround yourself with yes men, and then you go on TV and you say something really stupid, right? You don't have people to check you in your life like, that's really dumb, don't say that. So you're going to say dumb stuff. You become this weird, eccentric person. Well, the same's true if you're a Democrat. You probably went through school, K through 12 with left-leaning teachers that all push the same narrative. Most of the music and stuff you started to like as a teenager was created by people that all came from the same political narrative. The movie stars you like, same political narrative. The television shows you watch, same political narrative and cultural narratives. Then you went off to college, same narratives, except driven even harder. Everyone around you was like-minded. Everyone that was in a position of being your teacher or someone you looked up to was like-minded. Then what happens? You run into someone in the real world that's not like-minded, and you have no idea how to defend your beliefs. None. Because they've never been seriously challenged. Now compare that to someone like me. I will admit that my elementary and high school was pretty laid back, rural. But as soon as I was in university, I was in debate, policy debate in university. It is the left of the left. Bernie Sanders would seem like a moderate or a right-winger to this crowd. Every single statement I ever made politically, I had to defend against almost anyone I talked to. And you want to know something else? Most of them were smarter than me, at least as far as IQ or test scores go. When you get to the top level debate, like when I qualified for the national debate tournament, I think my SAT was like a 12-10 or something. I will guarantee that I was amongst the bottom 3% of SAT scores that participated at the NDT. Everybody has near perfect scores. So when you have smart people that are pushing back on you constantly, now of course the irony is many of those smart people couldn't defend their political beliefs. Why? Because they never had to. That's the effect of having this information bubble. That's also why they were so against Elon Musk buying X. They had near total control over the moderation of social media, near total control over sort of mainstream media. And I know people say, what about Fox News? Yes, Fox News is the establishment wing of the Republican Party. They're the Paul Ryans. They're the Mitch McConnells. They don't like Trump either. They don't want right-wing outsiders either. There are a handful of voices there that are more sympathetic to Trump, but as a network, that's where they are. Our political class, our cultural classes, all pushing the same sort of narratives. And it becomes effective. It gets into sort of the social ether, and that becomes the narrative that's accepted. So Trump supporters are violent insurrectionists. Never mind, on May 31st, 2020, a bunch of left-wingers actually took lethal weapons, attacked the White House, injured 47 guards, burned down a guard station. And the reaction from the same people screaming about insurrection January 6th was, how dare Trump try to deploy the National Guard to stop them? The police were too violent against those people. Really? They used lethal weapons to attack the White House, injuring Secret Service and guards there, 47 of them. How many of them had their lives ruined? How many of them are looking at 10, 15 years in prison? Has the Democrats been forced to answer for that? No. Or the litany of other riots that occurred that summer. It was all different. That's different. And when it happens in real time, this is what becomes frustrating. I think I'm damn good at pointing out these absurdities, these double standards in real time. The problem is they're so prolific that within a week or two, something else happens. And then I move on. I'm one person. History's not going to be written by me. If everyone else just says, nope, this is how it was, all the entertainment people, all the media people, well, 4 or 5 years from now, that's what the narrative sticks with. And the shit works. And it particularly works when there's gray areas. Did Trump arguably commit some crimes? Yeah, arguably he mishandled classified documents. The problem is, so did thousands of other people in Washington. And they're like, we're just going to charge this one dude. But when everyone's like, well, he's clearly guilty, that's what the narrative becomes. And it's hard for me to talk to like my friend, my neighbor that's a farmer. Well, let me explain exactly what's going on with these cases. All they know is what becomes the accepted mainstream narrative. And what I've been saying is, I'm not that effective at fighting back because I get lost in the weeds on the specifics of these topics. Whereas if I was smarter and I really wanted to make a difference, the way to go about it is to talk about issues that even the average person understands are patently absurd. Such as, there's no biological difference between men and women. Hey, neighbor friend there, you have a daughter, she's 12? Yeah. Hey, are you aware of the fact that it's basically become the mainstream narrative that, if a 15-year-old boy decides he wants to shower in the locker room with your daughter, as long as he claims he's a girl, it's okay? That they understand. There's no amount of gaslighting that's going to change my neighbor the farmer's mind that that's acceptable. He's going to protect his daughter. That they get. They don't get the intricacies of Judge Merchan. They don't get the intricacies of, how much was Mar-a-Lago really worth? But that story they get. They get the Epstein story. Hey, powerful people exploiting children, getting away with it. That they get. They understand that. That's why those stories are so powerful and must be buried. That's why. Last night was one of those moments. To the millions of people that tuned in, how many of them do you think were legitimately shocked at what they saw with Joe Biden? Half? I wasn't shocked. You weren't shocked. I guess I was a little shocked that I assumed that with preparation and drugs he would sound better than he did. But I knew that that's who Joe Biden really was. I've known that since 2020. But most of the average normies didn't. They might see a video here and there and be like, Biden's stumbling a little. But I bet it was shocking to them to watch last night and like, holy shit. And then when you tell them, you see, all the same people that are telling you about January 6th and why your kid needed to be locked down at schools and how the border's okay and how actually the economy is great, all those same people were also telling you for 3 years, there's nothing wrong with Joe Biden. Nothing at all. They're full of shit. If they're willing to lie to you about something so blatantly untrue, what else are they willing to lie to you about? And that's what made last night so dangerous for the establishment. It was because, in one of the most blatant displays ever, the people saw that the emperor had no clothes, and that they had been lied and gaslit by almost every institution in this country. That's the problem. Super chat, Travis says, 999, thank you so much. What's this nonsense you're pushing, Rob? Biden was fine, just hoarse. He had a cold. Yeah. Lefties on Twitter. Oh, we'll talk about the lefties on Twitter. X, you mean. Pot meat kettle. What are you talking about, Robert? Yeah, of course they don't care. I know. That's what last night was about. And regardless if they decide to replace Biden, those in the media last night that were saying Biden did great, everything's good, versus those that said actually Biden needs to step down, none of that matters. They knew this whole time. They're not now, they didn't have this mea culpa where they're like, oh my God, I feel terrible for lying to the American people for 3 years. Now I'm committed to telling the truth. Before the debate last night, the fact that they were lying about Biden's mental health is illustrative of they don't feel that their agenda is to tell you the truth. Their agenda is to keep Biden in power, and more importantly, to keep Trump out of power. Not because Trump's uniquely bad or evil, but because Trump represents an outsider that's not in the big group, perhaps getting power. And they don't like that. So they'll lie to you. They'll distort the truth. They'll have lies of omission where they refuse to report stories. All of it. That's the truth. And so what I don't want people to do, and I say this all the time, remember that moment. Because 3 months from now, we're going to be talking on this show, and I'll be guilty of this as well. Oh, the new scandal. One of Trump's former cabinet people came out and said that they saw him pissing on the American flag. They saw it with their own eyes. And he said, I'm going to sell this country to Russia, to Putin. And Jake Tapper's going to do a big story on it. And Rachel Maddow will be doing a story. And serious people from the New York Times will be on a panel on ABC with George Stephanopoulos. All of these fucking people lied to you for 3.5 years, if not longer. They lied to you blatantly about the most obvious of things. Don't believe your lying eyes. They're right now telling you simultaneously that Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon need to go to prison, which they are. They're going to prison because they violated a subpoena. They didn't respond to a subpoena. But Merrick Garland not responding to a subpoena, perfectly fine. Why? Well, because what the Republicans wanted to get was the audio transcript of the special counsel's interview of Biden. And Garland and the Democrat and the media's argument is as follows. Trust us, the audio tapes are exactly the same as the transcript. And Republicans are like, we don't believe that, rightfully, some of them. We don't believe that. We believe that it will go to speak to what Herr said was that Biden showed significant mental difficulties. Now remember, when Herr left Biden off the hook, egregiously as far as I'm concerned, because he would have been seen as a sympathetic old man with memory issues, the Democrats' argument was, that's absurd. Of course he's not. In fact, they made the argument, it's actually Trump with the memory issues. He's the one with cognitive decline. Remember that? And I was like, okay, then I guess we can't charge Trump, right? If he has cognitive issues. No. Trump has just enough cognitive issues that he can't be president, but he can be charged with crimes. Where Biden has just few cognitive issues where he can be president, but he can't be charged with crimes. You see? That's their argument. When they lied and told you, no, trust us, these tapes, trust us, behind the scenes, Biden's really sharp, so you don't need to hear the audio tapes, it's the same as the transcript. They're fucking lying to you. If it was the same, they'd say, okay, here's the tapes. You already got the exact same thing in the form of a transcript, here you go. It'd be the equivalent of being like, okay, you could hear the audio tape, but we're not going to get footage of the sign language interpreter. Why? Isn't the sign language interpreter literally just in a different format saying the same things? No. You can't get it. Executive privilege. You can't have that. Old School Super Chat 99 says, Meet Kevin showed that Biden is overcoming his dementia with teleprompters, which makes Biden just a script reader, not a president. So he's the real president. The cope is strong with them. So yeah, we'll get to that too. No one gives a shit though. They lied to you shamelessly about that. Bannon's going to prison like tomorrow, I think, or like sometime next week. That's it. Navarro's already in jail. Nothing's going to happen to Merrick Garland. Literally, they're imprisoning political opponents for the very crimes that they themselves are doing. Bannon goes Monday? Okay. That's what everyone needs to remember. Every single one of these people, and I mean right down to the bottom. Your friend that you just talked to about politics, I'm not telling you not to be friends with your left-leaning friends, that's not what I'm saying. But your friend that you talk about politics once in a while at the local barbecue or at the bar or whatever, that's like, you're full of shit, Biden doesn't have mental decline. Don't trust anything that fucking guy ever says. He's a liar. Either he's of the very small minority that so stupid they couldn't see it, which means you shouldn't listen to anything they say, or more likely they were lying. Or if it's the person you're watching on X or streaming, for me, the people that I've debated and streamed with that said there's no cognitive decline there, full of shit. The people in the media, the Democrats, the people in Biden's cabinet, Biden's family, they're all full of shit. Robert Cotta says, who doesn't have speechwriters? Absolutely true. What we're talking about, Robert Cotta, is the fact that people, and we'll get to this, people today are like, see, look at how much better Biden was today. Right. It is a completely different skill to be able to read from a teleprompter for 40 minutes without shitting your pants or stumbling versus a debate where you have to come up with sort of cognitive thoughts in your head. It's a completely different issue. No one's criticizing Joe Biden for having a speechwriter, or if they are, they're stupid. Trump had speechwriters. Every president in modern times have had speechwriters. That's just the way it is. Of course, that's understood. People accept it. And it's something that I even would say, like when people would say, oh, I like Trump's State of the Union speech so much better. Well, that's because it was written. A lot of what you hear from Trump, in fact, I think this is a good thing, more than any president in my lifetime, is extemporaneous speech from him. He'll just riff. This is what I think. This is what I think. And yeah, when you're doing that, you're going to say some dumb shit sometimes, or you might say some stuff that's not 100% factually true. But at least that's honestly coming from the heart, as opposed to if you're only reading what a speechwriter tells you, that's different. Barack Obama sounded really good on a prompter. And there is an amount of skill in being able to read a speech. There is skill in that. I'm not denying that. And anyone who tells you Barack Obama wasn't a fantastic speaker in that sense is full of shit. He was, and so was Michelle Obama. But he was not as good when he was off prompter. The issue with Biden today is you can't look and say, like, you're like, this dude can't formulate his own thoughts. He's lost. This is why when he rarely does interviews, and when he does, it's all pre-scripted. The questions are all pre-fed. Yes, he could read. Yay. Cruz 465 super chat. Thank you so much for $5. Do you still think Trump has a chance of losing? I'd say yes. I'd say there's a 90. I would have put it before the debate saying he had a 95% chance to lose. Now I'll say he has a 93% chance to lose. They will not leave him win. It does not matter if 80% of the people in this country think that Donald Trump would be the preferable candidate if there was no interference, because there will be interference. Now, that interference, I'm not talking about just illegal stuff. I'm talking manipulation of algorithms, censorship of people. So that's the big takeaway. Now, last night then, I didn't see a lot of what was going on. The immediate reaction, overwhelmingly, from even CNN, MSNBC, places like that, was to say, oh shit, Biden needs to step down. Which is really unbelievable, because people's bias, particularly institutional bias, is so strong that it's rare, even when I think Trump would easily have won debates in 2016 or some in 2020, the consensus was almost always from the mainstream talking heads, Trump lost. So it's very rare, and you know it's a really bad performance when even those groups are like, because the bar was so low that all Biden had to do was not stumble, and he would have perceptually been the winner to these institutions. But he wasn't. So you knew that was bad. So there's a lot of talk of replacing him. I think the chance of replacing him went up. I said last night to Andrew Wilson, I think it's about 50% that they'll replace him. Yeah, I would say it's about 50%. It will be difficult. If he would have not ran, they would have had such an easier time. If they would have decided to replace him 2-3 months ago, they'd have had such an easier time. But now there's two problems. There are procedural problems, particularly with certain states. There's also procedural problems with, if they replace him with someone who's not on the ticket right now, such as Kamala Harris, I don't think that they could use the campaign donations, sort of the war chest. All of those things procedurally will lead to problems. But then there's also the optical problems, such as, how do you run on basically your core issue is the other guy's a threat to democracy, and now you're going to usurp the Democratic will, or the will of the Democratic voters who voted for Joe Biden in the primary? You're just going to say no? You can't, it's too late to have another primary, so now you're just going to have the delegates pick without votes? That's what you're going to do? And then who do you pick? There's going to be a lot of infighting. Like, Pete Buttigieg is probably going to be pretty pissed off if he doesn't get picked. Kamala Harris is going to be real pissed off if she doesn't get picked. Jill Biden's going to be really, really pissed off if they try to remove her husband. And optically it looks bad, because then even more of an admission to the American people look, we bullshitted you for the last 3 years. Now, if they were going to do this, there is a 99% chance that Biden would sign off on it. He might go kicking and screaming behind the scenes, but publicly he'll say, I have, for health reasons or for my family, I'm not going to be able to run again. You know, I think that I was a great president and I still have the ability to run for 4 years, but I have other commitments that I need to take care of, so I'm going to step down. They're not going to say, like the 25th Amendment, that's not going to happen. The Democrats are not going to vote to remove Biden with the 25th Amendment. Ain't happening. Will not happen. And they wouldn't have to anyways. With someone like Biden, they have so much dirt on, they would go to him and be like, listen, dude, we're going to fucking bury you if you don't play ball with us. You're going to be buried. Your family's going to be buried. Now we've been protecting Hunter and Jim Biden and their wives and shit like that. Yeah, they're going to get buried. And Biden would say, okay. And there's enough dirt on Biden. He ain't going to go fighting them. It's not going to happen. So it would be that sort of scenario where Biden would say, I'm willfully stepping down, not because of cognitive issues, but physical health problems, or that's how it would play out. Again, the only calculus that will be used, it's not going to be what's best for democracy. It's not going to be what's fair. None of that shit's going to be involved in this calculus. Right now, there's only one consideration. What is best for us to maintain power? That's what the Democratic Party. If they think that they're going to win no matter what, then why take the risk of removing Biden and opening up a can of worms? If they think that it's going to be tight, but they have enough scandals coming down the bag against Trump that they could win with Biden, they'll keep Biden. If they think they can't win with Biden, or they're worried that there's only a 70% chance they win, but there's an 85% chance they win if they remove Biden, then that's what they'll do. There are negatives to removing Biden, and there are negatives to keeping Biden. So they'll have to go through those and weigh and come to a decision. That's all it is. It has nothing to do about respecting the will of the Democratic voters. Nothing. They don't give a shit about democracy. So I put it at about a 50-50 chance that they remove him or not. Let's look at some cope, shall we? So initially it looked as if the argument was going to be, okay, remove Biden. Now it seems that there's pushback, even from people like Barack Obama, but many others, that there's pushback where it's sort of, okay, we need other talking points. We're going to keep riding with Biden. So I made a little thread of some of the most common ones I was seeing today, and I thought maybe we should go through this. Help if I bring it up. Let's go after some Democrat cope today. Number one, it was just one bad debate. All right, so I don't need to read my answers because I'll extrapolate a little on them. No, it wasn't just one bad debate. It was a bad debate, but as I said here at the beginning of this show, it signifies something so much more. It signifies two things. One, that most people that saw that debate wouldn't trust Joe Biden to run a yard sale, let alone to run the country. And that's bad. This isn't, I flubbed up a couple facts, I left some stuff on the ground. By the way, that's true of Trump. Trump didn't have a perfect performance. There was things he could have done better. I ultimately gave him a B-. I didn't think it was a slam dunk or his best performance. Now, Andrew Wilson gives him some credit, and this is partly true. When you're debating someone that's so bad, oftentimes that takes you off kilter and off your game a little. That's partly true, but I thought there were some easy layups that Trump sort of missed. But nonetheless. But the idea that this was just one bad debate is a joke. That's a joke. That's not what this was. It was a historically bad debate that shakes people's faith in this guy's ability to, be conscious as president. And it also signifies just how much the Democratic Party and their media have lied to us. That's what it showed. So saying it's just a bad debate is disingenuous, and it's cope. That's what it is. It was. Now, if I'm putting my devil's advocate hat on, I'm going to put my left-wing hat on. This is the argument I would make instead of that. Okay, first off, this was epically bad. And It's not something to totally, completely freak out over, though. Here's why. One, most of the time debates don't matter. That's just true. John Fetterman looked really historically bad in a debate. He ended up all right. And yes, I know this looks bad because Joe Biden's basically looks incompetent and it looks like people have been trying to cover up for it. But there's been a reason, and that's because Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. He is terrible. He is historically bad. He'll round up the gay people. He'll round up the black people. We'll be in World War III. This debate was never really ever about Joe Biden versus Donald Trump. It was about Donald Trump's tyranny or stopping Donald Trump's tyranny. That's it. So yes, we screwed up. Joe Biden's the nominee for better or worse, but we ain't voting for Joe Biden. We're voting against the tyrannical Donald Trump. That's the argument. Now, clearly I don't agree with that argument, but that's the way that you frame it. You have to convince, the debate is, or the election, if you don't look at possible malfeasance and what have, the election is coming down to this: hardcore Trump supporters, and in addition to that, people that maybe like me that criticize Trump, but I'm going to vote for Trump over Biden easily. My mind's made up. I ain't voting for Joe Biden. Barring the most insane of things happening, right? That's it. Then you have people that hate Trump, never Trump, right-wingers, left-wingers, whatever. They're going to vote for Biden or they're never going to vote for Trump. But there's this group of people in the middle that are going to decide, and my guess is most of them are in sort of this camp. I don't like Trump's attitude. I think Trump's a whiner, a crybaby. He's dangerous. He wouldn't concede the election. He's boorish. He cheated on his wife. He said a bunch of bad stuff. But the country was going pretty good under him. Versus Biden, where it's like, I don't know, maybe he's likable, maybe he's sympathetic, but things are going to shit. So it's basically these people in the middle like, please someone give me a reason to justify my vote. On that scale, I think Trump did pretty good last night in that he didn't come across as a super a-hole or anything like that. So that's where the debate's going to be, that's where the election's going to be decided. How bad was Biden's debate performance last night? Pretty bad for that group. I mean, even Jeb Tan, who I've debated how many times on how he's not going to vote for Trump, said, if I was in a swing state, I'd probably at this point vote for Trump. And he despises Trump because his calculus is, look, dude, at least he has a pulse. And that's true. That's how bad the debate was for Biden last night. It will move the needle with some of those people. Now, we're still 130 days out. So an awful lot can change. But that's the truth. That's what last night did. And it's cope to pretend this was just one bad debate performance. It's just cope. Next. Both Trump and Biden did bad. That's an argument that I'm hearing a lot today. That's Mark Cuban's argument. Yeah, Trump did bad, or Biden did bad, but so did Trump. That's not true. First off, Trump didn't do bad. There were things he could have done better, but he didn't do bad. I put him at slightly above average for his performance last night, a B-. I would say a C is average. So I put him at a B-. Now, I fully admit that a lot of that is my own personal proclivities. Like, I wanted him to talk more about corruption and things like that. But, like, for example, the Fine People hoax. Aftershock, you said Trump did great. Do you think Trump's answer to that was good? Not really. It was sort of meandering. When Trump brought up the corruption of Hunter Biden and being the bagman, did he really... If you didn't know about those things, you'd be like, okay, what's that? He said one sentence? You know, I thought his answer on will you accept the election could have been much better. So there are things he could have said that were much better. I agree. I thought that he got a little too meandering at times. And he left a lot of red meat out there that he could have easily devoured. wasn't a bad performance. It was slightly above average, is what I would say. That's it. Even if you think Trump did bad, this cope of they both did bad is so ridiculous. Trump's alleged bad performance isn't even in the same hemisphere as Biden's worst performance ever seen in a presidential debate. Again, it's the difference of this. Two baseball players. One guy did bad because in the last 100 at-bats, he's batting 200. So 2 out of every 10 times he gets a hit. That's bad. And the other guy you're comparing him to never even makes it into the batter's box because he shits his pants, rolls on the ground, and starts sucking his scrum and yelling for his mom. You could say, well, yes, that's true that my player shit his pants and rolled on the ground and sucked on his thumb and cried for his mom. But the other guy only batted 200, so that's both bad. They both did bad. They're not in the same league. That's what we're talking about. And every one of us knows that. We could all see it. They know it. We know it. NBC knows it. The New York Times knows it. Whick knows it. Destiny knows it. The left-wingers on X know it. Harry Sisson or whatever knows it. They all know. Yeah, Sawinski. They trade the bum. Hey, Sawinski's doing pretty good, though, in my MLB The Show game. He's batting like 300 something, so. This is a both sides do it that alleged moderates try to do all the time. Sure, yeah. The 100 nights of rioting we saw from Black Lives Matter in places like Portland and stuff, that was bad. But oh, look at this. Here we see right-wingers after a football game got in a fist fight once. They're both bad. Both bad. Right? Chief Wahoo, massively blackpilled, already heard me say that there's like a 7% chance of winning, but let me respond to Chief Wahoo lest he claims that I'm not reading him right. Chief Wahoo's argument's going to be nothing could ever be done, that Donald Trump never has a chance. We might as well stop shows like this, not analyze anything about the debate because it'll never happen, it can never win, so we should all just sit in our rooms and suck on our thumbs and cry. Got it, Chief Wahoo, totally understand. Now, I've already said, which I know you've heard me say, I still think that the shenanigans will be such that Trump only has like a 7% chance to win. That's what I said. But I understand the need to continually say, none of this matters. Everything you're saying, nothing Rob's saying matters. Analyzing that. Chief Wahoo, we'll put my hat on sideways. So Chief, hey, everyone listening, just turn off your show right now. Nothing Rob's saying matters. They have printing machines. Printing machines. There's printing machines. So why are we even talking about any of these printing machines? None of this matters. There's printing machines. Why talk about any of this? Why won't Rob respond to my post? Can he see that I'm posting here? I know you see my post, Rob's printing machines. I know you hear me. There's printing machines. Guys, printing machines. We're going to talk about Biden falling asleep and what? Printing machines. Do you guys know about printing machines? There's printing machines, guys. Did you know that? Rob's going to talk more about this debate, and I'm going to sit here and listen to him for 2.5 hours, and I'm just going to say, hey, Rob, I know you could read me. I'm saying printing machines. Please, will you respond to me? Dude, I'm saying printing machines. Can you hear me? I'm saying printing machines. Oh, actually, you can't hear me, but you can see what I'm typing. I keep saying printing machines. So can you please respond to that? I'm just saying printing machines. Guys, printing machines. It's all over. Everything's over. Printing machines. And in 2028, it'll be printing machines. In 2032, it'll be printing machines. So, we might as well not even consume any political content whatsoever. Don't talk about the Supreme Court decisions today either, because printing machines. You know about printing machines, right? No, it's not that you learned how to trigger righties. I actually have fun when I'm making fun of dumbasses like you. Yes, everyone understands the shenanigans. When you're listening to someone who heard in the overview say, even with everything that we've seen last night, Trump still overwhelmingly is the favorite to lose because of scandals, because of manipulation of algorithms, because of things like ballot harvesting, because of other shenanigans that'll come up. But when I'm still talking about the issues that went on and you're insistent that I shut up, please shut up and don't. What would you like political content to be from here until the election? Is this what you want? Hey guys, welcome to Normal America Show. So we're going to talk about the issues of today of politics, printing machines. So, okay, we'll see you guys tomorrow night. I'll be on at 8 o'clock, and we'll talk about printing machines again. Thanks so much. Have a good one. That's it. That's what you expect me to say? And you think it's triggering for me to point out? It's not that I'm triggered. It's just I find it hilarious. Like, it's of the same fucking big brain take of like, hey man, both sides do it, man. Like, there is no difference between Republicans and Democrats. So like, as long as you're still in the two-party paradigm, man, it's like nothing will ever change. Yeah, right. As someone who talks quite frequently about at the top levels of these parties, they're actually in it together. I understand that. That doesn't mean that the specific things that we're talking about is irrelevant. I'll tell you a surefire way to make sure that they don't need printing machines, which is for everyone to be blackpilled and say, we can't win because of printing machines, so we're not even going to talk about the issues or why politics are important or why politics or culture is important. We're not going to talk about any of that because of printing machines. Don't even bother to vote. Don't even bother. Printing machines. It's ridiculous. Yes, there is malfeasance. There is cheating. I've talked routinely about how there is no level that they're unwilling to go. Last night in the show, I said they could go to the highest level, imprison Trump, or do worse to Trump to prevent him. By the way, that goes the other way. They may do something really shady to Joe Biden if they think it would garner them sympathy and it would help them. All of that shit is potentially true. I still bust my ass, not just on this channel, but also volunteering in this state, trying to help people both down ballot and people at the highest level of the ballots, because I know that as bad as this shit could get, it is harder for them to cheat or harder for them to unethically affect the election if more and more people decide to vote against them. That doesn't mean that it's not possible, but there's a better chance that they get caught or a better chance that they're not successful. Just continuing to say, but printing machines like you and thousands of other people I've seen just like you literally does nothing. It does nothing. You could not do less than to just say, they're going to cheat, it's all over anyway, so why we talk about any of this? Okay, Chief Wahoo, did you see that? Did you see now that I read? Did you see? You got it? Now you can keep saying, I know you see what I'm typing. I didn't want you to feel cheated that I didn't respond to you. Got it? Good job. Someone remind me every 15 minutes to say printing machine so Chief Wahoo gets happy. I did not miss what you said. Now you're saying, we need to prevent illegals from voting. How will we prevent illegals from voting? How could we do that? Because Congress isn't going to do anything with the current Congress we have, and we can't vote new people in Congress because they have printing machines. So what's your point? Printing machines? Oh, well, we need to primary these Republicans that are bad. Printing machines? So what do you have next? It needs to be done, but it can't because of printing machines. Now what? Okay, Chief Wahoo, you just gave a suggestion that your own logic is detrimental to. Printing machines will prevent members of Congress being able to prevent illegals from voting. So now what? Now what do you have? Go ahead, Chief Wahoo. What's your next argument? Isn't that weird? Chief Wahoo wants to talk about specific things he thinks that's important to be able to win elections and take our country in the right direction. It'd probably become quite frustrating to Chief Wahoo if people just dismissed everything he said and said, but printing machines? 49 states are registering illegals. Yes, that won't change because we'd have to change the primary of the people in the Republican Party, but we can't do that because of printing machines. Next. How do you solve that? Next. Printing machines, Chief Wahoo. That's what you forgot to take into effect. Printing machines. All right. Done with this joker. I don't have time of day for this massive black pill shit. Ridiculous. You have to win elections to prevent illegals from voting, but we can't win elections because they cheat. So when I talk about ways to, well, this is what we need to do to get people in the middle to vote and blah, 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 and you say, none of that matters because printing machines. The core topic of what you're saying is as follows. It is almost against terms of service on YouTube to say that there is cheating in the elections. Now, you're baiting me into saying there's going to be cheating in the elections, which probably would be good for you who hates political content that doesn't focus purely on cheating, that I would no longer have a channel. But I've taken the bait and now I'm talking about it. Yes, I agree. There are forms of cheating that go into the elections. The most prolific forms of those are things like manipulating algorithms, censoring people, demonetizing people, etc. that affect our public discourse. It's what I've talked about quite frequently. It keeps you within terms of service, and I truly believe that is the biggest effect of cheating and stealing the elections that they do have. Is there a chance that they have cheated with things like ballot harvesting in illegal ways? Well, they've certainly used ballot harvesting in ways that I think are unethical, even if they're legal, and I would say that it's absolutely 100% likely that there's been some amount of cheating that's gone on with that. Are there illegals that have voted? Yes, I would say that there are illegals that have voted, and that's against the law. I would say that that occurs more frequently than we're led to believe by the mainstream media. However, I don't know that it's insurmountable if those other things, which I think are bigger efforts to cheat, manipulation of the algorithm, censor of stories and shit like that, were occurring. Now, your argument basically boils down to there are forms of cheating, and unless we stop those forms of cheating, nothing can be done to ever win elections. The problem is, your answers to how to stop those forms of cheating will require having the right people in Congress to do the things necessary, which we don't have, which would mean that we'll need to vote to get the right people in, which you're saying is impossible because there's cheating. That's your argument. I understand the circular logic. I think that it's blackpilled because what it leads you to believe is what Chief Wahoo would say the logical extrapolation is, unless there are massive changes to laws in 49 states where illegals are voting, then there's no chance for Republicans being able to win or Trump being able to win. So when we get closer to the election and we're a month out and those changes to the laws haven't occurred, which won't occur, then Chief Wahoo will say, that's it, there's no chance to win the election, which is the exact sort of black pill mentality that will lead to people not going out to vote, which all but assures that the election is lost. Then he'll say, next time, see, I told you. So, Chief, well, I'm not going to block you on YouTube, but I'm no longer reading your comments. So, have fun with your printing machines. I see this with Scott Pressler all the time. Scott Pressler's out there hitting the pavement, just working his ass off. And over, I'll see him like, hey, if you see anyone that you need to register and vote in Pennsylvania or in Wisconsin, let me know. And then almost always one of the first comments under him's like, none of it matters anyways. They cheated in 2020. You know they're going to cheat this time. Check my DMs. Who is this guy? Maybe. I might, Nacho. We'll see. Good to hear from you, Nacho. Anyways, where was I before that whole tirade? I know you read my comments. Okay, good. We read them. Great. Moving on. So, the idea that both did bad, ridiculous. Cope. Happy Cope Day. Next. I guess I should let's include, none of this matters because of printing machines and 30 million illegals vote. Cool, we dealt with that one too. Next. Trump won stylistically, but Biden won with the truth and the facts. Such obvious cope. First, it's an admission that Biden lost the debate. Okay. Next, it ignores the fact that when you could make out the words that Biden was saying, he was lying more than Trump, more significantly than Trump. So what were the lies that Trump told, right? What are we told are the lies that Trump told? Well, they're not specifically saying, they just say, he lied about everything. Everything he said was a lie. Like what? Did he lie when he talked about the number of illegal immigrants are coming? No, he's right about that. He said things like, most of them are coming from mental asylums and prisons. I don't think that's true. But he's directionally correct. Many of them are. He said Biden has the biggest deficit in history. That's not true. The biggest deficit in history is under Trump. Biden has the biggest debt, but he doesn't have the biggest deficit. It's a huge amount of debt. He said they had clean water under him. I don't know. I did. I don't know what the hell that meant. Trump said a bunch of scholars said they didn't like Roe v. Wade. Well, that's true. He said all of them. That's not true. But a bunch didn't like Roe v. Wade. Okay. Now let's look at Biden, who supposedly, okay, he mumbled, but he told the truth. One of the very first things Biden says, and his first answer is, Trump said all he did under COVID was tell people to inject bleach. A lie. Blatant lie. Trump never told people to inject bleach. Provably debunked. Now, there are different types of lies. There are lies that are like petty lies that don't matter. There are lies of exaggeration. There are lies of getting data and numbers wrong. So, for example, if you say Biden had the biggest deficit ever, and the answer is like, no, he only has the biggest debt ever and the second biggest deficit, I guess that's a lie, or it's a misstatement of truth. But it's not like Biden had the smallest deficit ever and you said he had the biggest deficit ever. That's not the case. Lying about something that you factually could see. Trump told people to inject bleach. He did not. At all. Period. The biggest lie that Biden told, which he continues to tell, is, someone tell me, why did Joe Biden decide to run for president in 2020? What's Joe Biden's argument why? He said it in 2020, he said it last night. That's right, Charlottesville. Trump said there were good people on both sides. Fine people hoax. Basically the argument that Biden saw a bunch of Nazis and racist, and Trump said some of them were good people, and he said, nope, I have to run. That's a blatant lie. It's a lie that was promulgated by almost the entirety of our mainstream media that was provably false with 3 minutes worth of research. It was always provably false. It was provably false the day after the hoax occurred. In a litany of ways. The literal reason that this guy gives for running is a lie. And it is a lie that is so disgusting that it was designed to foment racial hatred in this country. They convinced huge segments of this country that the President of the United States said that he liked Nazis. Oh, and then we saw a bunch of race riots. Now, just to go over what was said by Trump, after Charlottesville, Trump gave 3 press conferences on it. In the first press conference, it wasn't that long, but he sent his condolences and what have, and said that he condemned the hatred of race politics, blah, 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 racial beliefs that were dividing us. That's number one. They said, the media and stuff said, that's not enough. You didn't call them out by name enough. So then he gave a second speech where he specifically called out groups like the KKK and other groups, said clearly condemning those groups. Then he gave a third speech that was on economics. But because the media aren't really journalists, they just wanted the story. They're activists to harm Donald Trump and to help the establishment. They continued with this narrative. It's why you remember there was clips that were going in the 2020 election that I played them on my channel where it was like Trump condemned white nationalists like 40 times. And yet every time he was on national television, will you condemn white supremacists? Will you condemn them? And he'd be like, yeah, I already did. Oh, you say you already did, but you refuse to condemn them now? That's what they did. Richard Spencer, I debated. He said he's voting for Biden. Andrew Wilson just debated Richard Spencer on Tim Pool's show. He supports Joe Biden. Why isn't Joe Biden being asked if he condemns Richard Spencer? Probably the most prolific white nationalist in the past 20 years in this country. Why isn't Joe Biden being asked that? Why aren't the Democrats being asked? When Richard Spencer goes out and says, yeah, I'm a Democrat, I support them. Why aren't they being asked? Isn't that odd? But with Trump, oh, they asked Trump what he thought about David Duke, and he said he didn't know him. Yeah, I'm not surprised. But anyways, in the third speech, Trump's trying to talk about economics, and the media is just like, Charlottesville, Charlottesville, Charlottesville. Trump gets frustrated. That's when he gives his comment. Look, there were good and bad people on both sides. And then the reporters chime in again. He's like, look, clearly I'm not talking about like the Nazis and stuff like that. Those groups should rightfully be condemned. So that's 3 times, 3 different speeches, 3 times he condemned white supremacists, twice specifically by group name. And yet the narrative was, Trump said Nazis were good people. Now, there is a large section of the country that continues to believe that. Even when just this week Snopes was forced to come out and be like, yeah, it's not true. And yet Joe Biden, I was actually shocked. I thought it would be Trump to bring it up. I thought Trump would be like, look, you claimed the reason you ran was this Charlottesville fine people hoax. It's bullshit. It was a lie spread by Democrats and the mainstream media allies. I specifically condemn those groups. Meanwhile, are you willing to condemn all the pro-Palestinian groups that are out in college campuses causing all this havoc? Do you condemn all those Palestinian groups? Or do you think there's some good people involved in those groups? Just curious, Mr. Biden. So tell me again how Biden was telling the truth. That's a bigger whopper of a lie. Both bigger in the scale of it, that it was believed by so many people and did so much damage to this country. People thinking the president said Nazis were good people. And big in the easy disprovability. Saying how big a deficit was, or who most scholars say was the worst president ever, that type of shit. Those are lies that you hear basically in every political debate. People misstating facts and figures. Saying this guy said Nazis were good people and that's why I'm running, when it's a blatant lie. But tell me again how Biden won on facts and truth. Biden said the Border Patrol supported him. The Border Patrol put out a tweet right after the debate and was like, just to clarify, we have never nor will ever support Joe Biden. In fact, quite the opposite. They blame Joe Biden for the crisis. That's a pretty fucking big lie, don't you think? He said no troops died under his watch. First president... I don't even have to think for half a second to be like, what about the 8 troops in Afghanistan in your debauched pullout? What about troops in Jordan that were killed? 3 of them. Blatant lie. He said that we could make Social Security solve it by taxing billionaires. Not true. Not even close to the truth. His numbers on inflation and stuff. He said we finally beat Medicare. What the fuck does that even mean? Is it true that there are things that I could point to with Trump and say, I don't know about that? Like when he said most of the illegals are coming from insane asylums and prisons. I don't believe that. I don't, for a moment's notice. Do I think that there's probably a lot of undesirable people that are criminals that have came from prisons or hospitals? Probably. But most? I don't believe that. Trump did have the biggest deficit. True story. So I don't mind fact checkers saying, here's where Trump was wrong. Fair. Look it up, King Belly. I'm not going to look it up right now. But the idea that it's like, well, Biden was massively truthful. He was not. It's just cope is all it is. He got crushed optically because it's not like, well, who had the better facts? We don't even get to that point because Biden looks like someone that should be in a nursing home. Not president of the United States. Maybe it was 13 caps and raids. It's just cope. He lied the whole way through the debate. But they'll set the narrative, and that's what they're doing. The talking points goes out, and they all say this. Okay, Biden optically looked bad, but he won with the truth and the facts. No, he didn't. He lied the whole time. As much as if not worse than Trump. But what these Biden supporters are trying to gaslight you into believing is, well, because they're admitting that he lost optically, they must be telling the truth on the factual nature. No. Just cope. Next. Okay, Biden didn't sound good, but he's a good man. Trump's got the morals of an alley cat. I think that's funny. They thought that was a banger line. Now, you saw this in the mock debate when I did with Andrew Wilson. I've no doubt that at some point in his life, Trump's cheated on his wife. Did he sleep with Stormy Daniels? I don't know. He says no. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But at some point he cheated. That's not moral. That's not good. There are things Trump does that I think isn't the best thing morally to do. But I could say that about just about. I mean, how many people have cheated on their spouse? It's a huge percentage of people in this country. Or cheated on a boyfriend or girlfriend. It's not a good thing, but okay. Does that really affect my decision for voting for president? No. How's Biden a moral person? What makes him moral? The fact that he refuses to recognize his granddaughter? Is that moral? The fact that his daughter wrote in a diary that she has weird sexual problems, and part of the reason was her dad took inappropriate showers with her? Is that the morality? The fact that Joe Biden basically made his son Hunter the bag man to go to do all this crazy shit around the world and corrupt foreign institutions? The constant plagiarisms, the constant lies, the yelling at people that questioned him in the run-up to the 2020 campaign. What exactly makes Joe Biden a moral man? It's just bullshit. This is an even bigger amount of coke. By the way, these are going in scale, right? Because it's like purely subjective. Oh, Biden's moral and your guy's not moral. Says who? Is supporting abortion up till birth moral? Is supporting the sexualization of children moral? Is flip-flopping positions like that, like you were against Roe v. Wade for most of your political career, and now you're for it? Is that moral? Is having a dog that's biting the shit out of Secret Service people and continuing to keep the dog around, is that moral? Biden was asked one point in the debate last night, do you think the millions of people that'll vote for Trump are voting against democracy? And he said, yes. Is that moral? Yeah, Legends Reign puts more things up that were lies. So this is the bullshit. And by the way, when you see me argue with someone like Counterpoints, this is what they'll default to. Well, Trump's this really immoral dude. Fuck him. Who can support him? And Biden's not? It's just pure subjective dog shit because you're losing the argument. Well, our guy's more moral than yours. Says who? Why don't you ask his granddaughter how moral Joe Biden is? Why don't you ask her? More cope. And then this is my favorite. This is a twofer. Both of these fall in the same category. Quote, Trump should have never been platformed because he's a criminal. Or, the moderators should have fact-checked Trump. You see this from your Keith Olbermans, and there's a ton of people pissed at CNN. How dare they let Trump speak? And if they're going to let him speak, then they had to sit there and criticize him. They're both shit. Maybe so, Rick Smith. Who you voting for? They're shit in different ways. I've made no bones about why I'm voting for Donald Trump. He was not my first choice for candidate this time. He was not my second choice. He'll probably be ineffectual at the single issue that I care most about, which is ending corruption in these institutions, like he was last time. But at least he isn't actively pushing that corruption forward like the Biden administration. So they shouldn't have platformed Trump, or they should have had the moderator step in and all the stuff he said. Now, I just went through a bunch of lies that Joe Biden said. Why is it that all the people complaining that CNN's moderators didn't step in to stop Trump from lying, why haven't they said shit about stopping Biden from lying? Right out of the gate, Biden said he said to inject bleach. Jake Tapper said, I'm sorry, Mr. President, no. Trump actually never said to inject bleach. That's a lie. How do you think that would have went for Biden? Would he have challenged him to a push-up contest? Called him a lying dog-faced pony soldier? Biden doesn't handle it very well when people push back on him, does he? then they'll tell him, like, dude, you can't flip out on people like that. So then he does this weird, like, tries to do this menacing whisper. Listen, Jack, Trump did say that, okay? This is the biggest cope of all, because what this is an admission of is what is the truth of all of these people, the media people, the Democrats. They don't believe in the concept of fairness. It's one of the things that fundamentally separates me from 90 to 95% of the people that I debate against and the people in these institutions that I'm against. At the end of the day, one of the reasons that I put it this way, my greatest weakness is my greatest strength. And I don't mean me uniquely, I mean people like me, which is that we hold ourselves to our own morality, to our own code of ethics. In other words, we don't think it's moral to lie to you. We don't think it's moral to make up fake crimes that you committed and lock you up. We don't think it's moral to try to get you fired from your job because we have political disagreements. We don't think it's moral to dox you. We're not cheering for your life to fall apart because we have political disagreements. That's not who I am. If I get put on a jury tomorrow of Hunter Biden or Joe Biden himself, I am going to do my best, despite my biases against Biden, to listen to the evidence and to give a verdict that I think is fair. My bias will no doubt influence me to some degree. But that separates me from so many people on the left that would say, Donald Trump, fuck it, he's guilty, whatever, I don't care. Facts be damned. When Elon Musk was trying... I hate to do this. I don't hate to do it. I love to do it, to be honest. One of my favorite clips ever to sort of succinctly illustrate this. This is MSNBC's Ari Melber. And Ari Melber is going to tell you, before Musk bought X, before Musk bought Twitter, why it could be so bad for Musk to buy Twitter. Ready? Oh. It would help if I put the audio up.
You own all of Twitter or Facebook or what have you. You don't have to explain yourself. You don't even have to be transparent. You could secretly ban one party's candidate or all of its candidates, all of its nominees, or you could just secretly turn down the reach of their stuff and turn up the reach of something else, and the rest of us might not even find out about it till after the election. Elon Musk says this is all to help people because he is just a free speech, philosophically clear, open-minded helper. You own all of Twitter or...
I talked about this at the time. I've talked about this many times. To these people that are these left-wingers, these Democrats, they're only concerned with power. Fairness to them is 100% control of everything. That's fair. Them having 99% control of social media, that's not fair. That's not fair to them. And you might say, but 99%'s on your side. Doesn't matter. Not fair. You shouldn't have 1% that favors you. That's unfair. It's only fair when we get everything we want all the time. That's the only fairness. That's it. It's not fair. Fox News exists. Doesn't matter. We have ABC, NBC, MSNBC, CNN, New York Times, Washington Post, and on and on and on. That's not fair that Fox exists. Well, Fox is largely against populism as well. Well, Breitbart exists. Newsmasks exist. Alex Jones is still out there. They need to be taken down. It's outrageous. X needs to be stopped. But what about Facebook? What about Instagram? What about Google? What about YouTube? What about Twitch? Nah, they're fine. You remember when it was... What's the one? It's not Rumble. What was the one that got screwed over? I was on it. Was it BitChute? There was that one social media platform, and then allegedly one of those shooters had an account there. Parler. Was that it? Remember, and it got removed off all the apps and shit? You can't have... extremist websites like that. Never mind that those people shooters have accounts on Facebook. No one ever says shut down Facebook. Or they have Instagram. No one says shut that down. I think it was Parler. They have to have total control. And when you see them out there today saying, oh, well, Trump should have never been platformed. Or CNN is terrible. They should have stepped in and fact-checked Trump in real time. That's one, the biggest cope of all, because it's a complete admission that Biden got the floor wiped with him. And second, it shows you what these people really think. Everything, the deck has to be stacked in their direction on everything. Now, never mind, we could see when moderators have fact-checked before. Remember Chris Wallace stepping in and arguing with Trump? Remember when Trump would do press conferences and they'd say, oh, the Biden laptop, that's 51 intel agencies say that's debunked, that's Russian. Doesn't matter when later we find out, whoops, they were wrong. Doesn't matter. The election's over now, Biden won. Move on. That's right, SCOTUS isn't fair. How dare there be one of the branches of government that doesn't do everything we want all the time? How dare they? Never mind, the only reason we have Chevron deference in the first place is because of the SCOTUS. Never mind, the only reason we had Roe v. Wade was because of a terrible decision by the SCOTUS. It was all good. Even gay marriage. None of this could get passed legislatively, so they did it through fiat, through the courts. Then when a court overrules it, they say, that's not fair. Okay, then make the law. Want gay marriage enshrined? Pass an amendment. So it's just more insane cope is all it is. And that's my favorite cope, because what it shows is it's not about, hey, we just want an even playing field. And whoever wins, wins. That's not what they want. They don't give a shit about democracy. They don't give a shit about fairness. They give a shit about winning. It's the same thing that sort of led to the Brexit. Or the Libson Treaty, right? The EU's like, okay, let's give the people their vote. And then it doesn't go their way, and they're like, no, we don't accept that. Sorry. Let's vote again. Sorry. We'll give you the illusion of a vote, but only if the vote goes the direction we want. And then we'll call that democracy. And then here's another cope after I wrote that I've seen. Biden gave a speech today. Thank you so much, Framel. Hope you're doing well. I saw you playing a little Elden Ring last night. Hope you're kicking ass at it. Really appreciate it. We're talking about the fallout from Biden's disastrous debate performance and the cope that we see today. So the last cope that I'm seeing, well, not the last, but the big one that we're seeing now is Biden read off a teleprompter today for 40 minutes and sounded, well, he didn't shit his pants or like fall into a seizure or something, so yay! It's amazing to me how disingenuous these people are. Oh, well, the Biden last night was a fluke. This Biden today. Yeah, no kidding, Mel. Yeah, is the bar so low for the Democrats that being able to read off a teleprompter without defecating on yourself for 30 minutes is like, holy shit, this guy's brilliant. Maybe it is. Maybe that's the quality of people Democrats are used to hanging around with. I don't know. If you can't see the difference between reading from a teleprompter in the middle of the day versus having to do an hour and a half debate where you actually have to like come up with your own arguments, what do we think's going to happen when, let's say there's a big peace summit, God willing, with something like Israel-Palestine or Ukraine-Russia, which is the only role the United States should have in those conflicts. Trying to have peaceful resolutions. Not funding one or both sides. Not bombing people. Not fucking sending missiles to Israel and then spending millions of dollars on a pier flotilla to Palestine that never delivers 1 ounce of food. But let's say that Israel-Palestine comes together and says, we want the United States to sit down and help moderate a peace deal. Or Ukraine-Russia. What the fuck is Joe Biden going to say? What? Do you trust Biden to be sitting there between Zelensky and Putin coming up with some sort of plan? What's he going to do? Everything he says is all dishonest. And Zelensky and Putin are going to be like, what the fuck? He going to have tough negotiations with President Xi of China? Or is the plan just to, oh, don't worry, Mr. President, we'll give you amphetamines and melatonin and some benzos, and just read from this prompter for 10 minutes, and then we'll rush you off to change your Depends. Is that the plan? But I saw him read from a teleprompter. That's the real Joe Biden. Where was that guy last night? Well, he didn't have a teleprompter. And it was past 4 o'clock. Well, you know, it was late. It was like, oh, so the leader of the free world has an 8 o'clock curfew? Hope no emergencies occur in the middle of the night. Are you shitting me? Maybe this argument could fly if we didn't have dozens upon dozens of examples of Biden's cognitive decline that they've lied to us about for the past 4 years. Every single time it's been, no, that's edited. That's a cheap fake. That's not what it seemed like. Trust us, behind closed doors, Biden's sharp as a tack. Really? Can we hear some of that audio behind closed doors? No. Okay, we're going to subpoena it. No, you can't have it. Why? If it shows just what you said, no, you can't have it. These people are shameless. That's why I said last night and why I opened the show tonight, the biggest takeaway is this. All of these institutions, the Democrats, the mainstream media, people in academia, people in the executive branch, they all fucking lied to you for 4 years. They gaslit you on the most obvious thing ever. Anyone remotely paying attention to Joe Biden could see that he wasn't all there, that he had cognitive decline. We all saw it, and they continued to lie to us right in our face and tell us, don't believe our lying eyes. And now they're trying, because last night some of them were like, well, maybe Biden should step down. There's this narrative that's like, oh, well, now they all realize. Bullshit, they knew all along. It's not that Biden just got cognitive decline or dementia last night. They've known about it, and they lied to you. Then at the same time that they're lying to you, oh, now we've changed our mind. Maybe Biden should step down. And then some of those same people that said he should step down are tweeting today, oh, look at Biden's speech today in North Carolina. Clearly, this is the real Biden. Make up your fucking mind. I go on this panel last night with Whick, who's someone I interact with quite frequently. And the only other left-wing person Econoboy was there, and Liberal Cluck. And I tore into them. And I plan on tearing into many of these left-wing people I debate. Why should we trust anything you say when every time I or other people have brought up Biden's cognitive decline, you all have downplayed it? No, we don't see it. That's an exaggeration, blah, blah, blah. And now the entire American people and the world see it right in front of their fucking face. So were you lying? Or could you just not see Biden's decline? And they got real defensive, didn't they? Whick got real defensive. Well, and then Lactoid's like, I did hear him one time say Biden was losing a step. And Whick goes, there, you going to apologize to me? Losing a step is different than the guy shit the bed. He has cognitive decline. Trump's lost a step. Obama's lost a step. Regardless of what you think of Obama, the dude's a fucking competent guy. He could put words together. He's not shitting himself on stage. By the way, Whick's big point is this was such a deep-held belief of his that Biden had cognitive decline, that he didn't remember ever saying it until Lactoid brought it up. Wow. And then today, I saw a post from Whick on X, and what do you think he says? Just because Biden had one bad debate. But wait a minute, that's not what you were saying last night, Whick. You were saying you acknowledged he had serious cognitive decline, and you had said so before the debate. So what the fuck are you talking about today? He had one bad debate. That's not what we're talking about. Isn't that amazing how in 24 hours, the change of tone? Never saying Biden had cognitive decline too. How dare you say I didn't say Biden had cognitive decline too? Well, he had one bad debate. Make up your mind, dude. That's the shit I'm talking about. Now you listen to me. Oh, well, Rob's just kisses the ass of Donald Trump. He'll defend everything Trump does. I turned down a job by Trump's team. I lost half of my viewers screaming my fucking head off about how Trump was fucking up by endorsing lockdowns. How he screwed up by bombing Syria. How he was spending way too much money. How he appointed the worst fucking people around him. I advocated for Vivek and DeSantis over him in the primaries. Again, they accuse you of what they are. All of their life is about hating Trump and defending the corrupt establishment. So they assume that because they're solely focused on Trump when they're going against them, that you have to be the biggest Trump defender in the world. And because they hate everything about Trump, if you disagree with them, you must love everything about Trump. Bullshit. Which brings me to Conor Counterpoints today. Counterpoints also prayed by... Counterpoint, this is my favorite. Now listen, I will say this as a caveat before I begin, and this will probably piss people off. I still like Counterpoints. I do. I think Counterpoints has things going for him that make me more forgiving towards him. One, I think he's competent to argue, which is important to me. That's how fucking low the bar is with most of these people. But secondly, I think he's a good dad. And I think that's more important than 99% of the shit we talk about. So... But I go hard on Counterpoint because I'm so disappointed in him. Same reason I went as hard as I did against Pisco. I'm not going to go that hard against Vosh because I never fucking respected anything about Vosh, so. But someone like Pisco or Counterpoints, I did. And I still like Counterpoints. Anyways, Counterpoints, a so-called conservative who gets paid by Progressive Victory PAC to, one, help Joe Biden and Democrats win the election. Not just Biden, but Democrats downstream. And second, Progressive Victory PAC has the stated goal of making the Democrats more progressive. So to call yourself a conservative and to get paid to help progressives seems to be completely antithetical, but I digress. Anyways, that's Conor. He's happy to get the check from Progressive Victory PAC. Fine, great. Because Trump's bad, he's the worst, his cabinet all hated him, blah, 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 blah. So someone out there today, or someone tweeted yesterday, a totally real fucking point, which is, who's running the country? It's not Joe Biden. And Conor's response was something to the effect of, his cabinet, you fucking moron. And I watched Conor go back and forth with Aircraft Sparky and Phil Kelly and a couple people, and I just thought, the hubris of Conor today. And so I tweeted something to this effect to him. I'm going to elaborate a little here. But it was basically this. Imagine that you're Conor and you're a conservative who's taking money from a progressive PAC to help Joe Biden win. And then Joe Biden shits the bed as bad as he did in that debate last night. Wouldn't you be ashamed? Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you have shame and say, oh my God, I basically sold out to help this dude and he's losing it. He can't make it through a fucking debate. Wouldn't that make you ashamed of yourself? But no! Conor's out there calling other people morons. That takes some hubris, doesn't it? His cabinet's running things. Oh, okay. Now, I love this. This isn't just Counterpoints. I don't know if I could say this about him, but so many people today, this is one of my favorite arguments. When I talk about corrupt institutions and people tell me I'm a conspiracy theorist, I believe in the deep state. And then what's their argument today? Clearly, it's not Biden running the show. It's the people, unelected bureaucrats behind him. So on one hand, I'm a conspiracy theorist for saying the people you elect don't really matter because it's unelected bureaucrats that are running shit. That's a conspiracy. But when you point out that the dude that they're voting for isn't fit to run a yard sale, they're like, well, he's not really running things. It's the unelected bureaucrats. That's funny. And then also today, deep state's a myth. Come on, that's garbage, bullshit. And then also, oh my God, they overruled Chevron deference. That means that unelected bureaucrats will no longer be able to write law. That will destroy our country. I thought there was no deep state. Now your argument is, okay, there's no deep state. Great. Then we'll make sure unelected bureaucrats don't get to write the laws. You can't do that. That'll destroy the country. But you said that didn't exist. But it's fucking amazing. That's not happening. But if it is happening, it's a good thing. Classic fucking Democrat bad faith bullshit. Connor says it's the cabinet. Okay, it's the cabinet. What if two members of the cabinet disagree? Who makes the final decision? What if the Department of Homeland Security head and the Secretary of Defense disagree? Now, who's the deciding factor? Do we get to vote on that? Or how do they do that? I'm just curious. Just curious. Or how about this one? One of the problems I have with Biden, and something that Trump brought up, is Biden's going after his political opponent. So let's do a test for my audience here. What's the first argument when I say Biden's going after, he's trying to lock up Trump, he's trying to go after his political opponents? What's the first argument that the left makes, that the Democrats make? Can someone tell me? I say Biden's trying to lock up his political opponents. Let's see if someone can correctly get. I know, I've heard this dozens of times. I know what the very first argument they're going to make is. Does anyone have a clue? Now, they will say Trump was guilty, but that's not what they say. That's not the first argument. I'll enunciate on the one word. Biden is going after his political opponents. What will they say? No. Very first argument they'll make. Nope. Oh, come on. Someone's got to get it. That's right. It's not Biden. Biden didn't do it. There's no evidence that it was Biden. It's his Department of Justice. Okay. But if we're acknowledging that Biden's just an empty suit that actually does nothing, the implication is it's wrong for Biden because he's the guy in charge to direct his agencies to go after his opponent. But if Biden's not the guy in charge and it's actually the DOJ's administration, then doesn't the same argument apply? The DOJ is going after their political opponent? Right? If your argument's going to be actually Biden's not in charge of the DOJ, he's just an empty suit, his administration runs things. Okay, that means his administration is now the boss. And his administration is targeting Trump. So they're going after their opponent. Right? No, that's different. Isn't that convenient how that works? On one hand, oh, no, Biden's the man in charge, so you can't accuse him of his agents do stuff. You can't. On the other hand, well, Biden's not really the guy in charge, it's his agents and his administrators that are doing stuff. Isn't that convenient? How it just shifts back and forth at a whim. But Conor don't care about none of that. So I went back and forth with Conor a little, and basically he was saying, like, look, I think Biden should step down. I said, great, it's a good thing you already took money to help him win, right? And he says, I know that I've made jokes about that he has to be propped up on a dolly and fed amphetamines. That's right, Conor. That's absolutely right. I know that. That's what's amazing, Conor. I know that Conor knows that Biden is cognitively not capable of being president. And Conor has known that for a long time. So my criticism to Conor is not, how could you not see this when you were taking money to help him win? That's not the criticism, Conor. The criticism is, yes, you did know, and you fucking still took money to help him win. That's the criticism. It's not the defense that Conor thinks it is to say, I've always known this man was a human vegetable. Right, and you took money to help him win from a progressive PAC, and you call yourself a conservative. How can you not understand that's the actual fucking argument I'm making? Then, of course, he starts to... And he's like, well, Trump's terrible. All the members of Trump's cabinet say it was shit. Keep in mind what my argument has been all along. I'm not a super Trump fan or anything like that. My argument was that Trump represented someone outside the Washington bubble. Maybe that would have been a net good thing for the country. Maybe it would have been a net bad thing for the country as far as policies. That is irrelevant to me, whose single issue is the corruption and the fact that my voice and your voice and left-wing voices and right-wing voices and libertarian voices and socialist voices, we don't have a say. It's the unelected bureaucrats. And when you have George Bush and you have the EPA and the IRS and the State Department under him, and then you have Obama and you have those same agencies, there's so much turnover and it's the same types of policies being ran by the same unelected bureaucrats. In fact, I challenge you to find the difference in the State Department between George W. Bush and Barack Obama. Go ahead. Just look at the policies that were instituted and tell me when one president came in and the other left. You won't be able to do it. They're almost indistinguishable. When Trump was being impeached, State Department member after State Department member kept going and testifying. Trump was going against, quote, our foreign policy. It's not your foreign policy. You operate under Trump, who was the duly elected leader of this country, and he's in charge of your branch, of your agency. The fact that you think that he should have to kowtow to your policies shows the problem. The fact that Chuck Schumer said that Trump couldn't even criticize the FBI or they would screw him over, which is exactly what happened, shows the major problem. That these agencies are out of control and that they run the show. So am I surprised that so many people within those agencies called out Donald Trump? No. But that's Conor's big point. Well, Mad Dog Mattis didn't like Trump, and John Bolton didn't like Trump, and General Kelly didn't like Trump, and the people at the State Department, Alexander Vindman didn't like Trump. Right. I'm not surprised. Now, does that mean that Conor can't have legitimate reasons to dislike Trump? No, that's fine. The problem is, Trump has gotten into Conor's head so much that he hates him so much that he's willing to back someone like Joe Biden, at least for money. But fine, let's take Conor's argument seriously for a second. That argument seems to go something like this. Trump must be a bad man because so many people in the executive agencies have came out since and said Trump's a bad man. In other words, we should trust the cabinet members. We should trust the people in the executive branch agencies. Okay, let's assume that's true. Now let's do Biden. Can you explain to me why there haven't been whistleblowers from all of these cabinet positions, all of these executive agencies, the IRS, the EPA, the State Department, the FBI, the CIA? Why haven't there been whistleblowers coming out talking about Joe Biden's basically a fucking human vegetable? Why is that? They were very vocal about Trump and their dislike of Trump. And yet all of a sudden, they're quite silent. When Conor will acknowledge he knows that Biden has cognitive decline, yet we haven't heard word one from anyone in his cabinet. Huh. That's interesting. Wow. It's almost like because the cabinet members and the administrators are more concerned about maintaining their own power than they are about telling the truth to the American people. So if there's some dude with dementia that's allegedly running the show, and they're just like, here, Joe, here's some chocolate chip. Now go over there and sniff that little girl's hair and leave us run the show. They're not going to have a problem with it. Fine, great. We're still running the show. But when someone Trump comes along and says, I don't like what you guys are doing. We're going to pull out of Syria. They're like, no, fuck that. No. Just like Chuck Schumer told us. No, you can't challenge them. Now, Conor's smart enough to see that. Because I've seen Conor do 40, 50-minute videos on things like the IRS and the FBI whistleblowers. They came out and said, this is what Biden's Justice Department's doing. They're covering up for Joe Biden. They told us that we weren't allowed to investigate Hunter or Joe's bank accounts, and the CIA said we weren't allowed to look at this, and blah, blah, blah. I've seen Conor do the videos that show how these whistleblowers got fucked over and how corrupt it was. And as soon as Progressive Victory PAC started paying Conor, all of a sudden, those aren't really big issues anymore. He says, how could I vote for someone immoral like Donald Trump? Fair enough. My retort to him is, how could you fucking take money to support someone immoral like Joe Biden? Someone you knew was immoral, that you used to do videos of, that conveniently stopped once those checks from Progressive Victory PAC started coming in. All of a sudden it was different. Well, they got Hunter Biden on this gun crimes. I'm satisfied. Forget all those whistleblowers. I'm satisfied now. Fuck you. I don't have a problem if that's his argument, which I suspect it is. I suspect he truly hates Donald Trump, which is absolutely fine. And I suspect he probably doesn't like the Democrats or Joe Biden either. But he's like, fuck it. If I can make some money to hang out with people that I consider myself friends with, like Brianna Wu and Destiny, I'll take it. I sort of understand that. And his argument would be, look, it's not like if I was a huge Trump supporter, I would take money to go against him, but I fucking hate him. And yeah, I hate Biden and I hate the Democrats too. So fuck it. Whichever side wants to pay me money, sure. I don't give a shit. I don't wish ill on Conor. I still like the guy. I think more important, if he was my neighbor, I would fucking pick on him for this. And I'd be like, dude, you coming up from the barbecue, bring the kids over. Like, I fucking love people that are family people that put a lot of time into being dads and good fathers. And I think from the limited I've seen of Conor, I think that he is that. And that is way more important than all this political shit. He said he wishes, well, fuck him if he said that. But it's, again, the cope from this shit's just amazing. And again, put yourself in my shoes. I understand there are people that, there's all these political ideologies. There's tons and tons, countless of them, right? In fact, at the root level, as individuals, if you try to be a free thinker, no one completely agrees with you, ever, right? It's just the way it works. So I understand you might have a different reason for voting for Trump than me, or you may have a reason to vote against Trump that's different than someone else who's voting against Trump. I get that. Totally understand, right? Not questioning that whatsoever. My ideology is there are these unelected institutions that really run the country. And I hate that. I think that it's becoming less and less about giving a shit about the people, whether that be me, a right-winger in rural America, or some left-winger that lives in the inner city, whether you be white, whether you be black, whether you be straight, whether you be gay, man, woman, Muslim, atheist. They don't give a fuck about you. It's a bunch of people in positions of power that are interested in maintaining their own power. And yes, some of the people on the ground will benefit at times, and some will lose at times. All true. But that's what my concern is. I want a government that's held accountable to the people. Maybe Aftershock, but I only got a little bit of time left. But if you want to hop on, that's cool. That's everything that's came out that's now being used as a defense of Biden is exactly what I've been talking about. That I've been called a crazy conspiracy theorist. Biden's not running the show. It's people behind the scenes. People behind the scenes that were sabotaging Trump. They're locking up political opponents. And it's all came true. Just hop on when you want Aftershock. The idea that we have to trust the cabinet under Trump, and that's why we know Trump's so shitty. But Biden, the cabinet that we could see, is fucking lying to us, that's telling us, oh, trust us behind the scenes, Biden's the sharpest guy ever. Well, we can't factor in their lives as a negative. Then I had this Flausny guy. Here was his big criticism. I used the word vegetable to describe Biden. You have to be careful to use accurate language. Now imagine this. And I love people like this because what this is going to be, and he says, like, I'm more of the, like, prior to 2016, Jordan Peterson. Both sides have good points. It's just Trump tried to engage in a coup. That's it. And so that's why you could never support Trump. First off, what's up, Aftershock? I'll finish this point real quick. First off, to Flausny, this is a clever trick that people try to do to appear moderate, right? Oh, well, both sides, and actually there's Republicans I voted for and, blah, blah, blah. But this one thing. So imagine being someone that your big concern is, well, we have to be precise with our language. Okay? And there's two groups that you're looking at. One group is robnoerr, a streamer who streams to maybe 100 people a night, happens to be the best damn fucking right-wing streamer that's on the platform debate-wise, and incredibly handsome, right? Or pretty much the entirety of every institution in this country that gaslit us for 4 years and said that there's no cognitive problems with Joe Biden. Those are the two groups you have to criticize. And your concern is, apparently, language must be precise for future generations. Which group do you think it would be more important to call out? Me for using the word vegetable when I should have used the word severe cognitive decline? Or the people that told us there was no cognitive decline that actually have power? But that's the position he chose to take. Oh, well, using the word vegetable, go fuck yourself. And then the argument that, well, Trump engaged in a coup. And surely, Rob, if Kamala Harris refused to certify the electoral... No, what Trump did with the fake electors was he legitimately thought that there was shenanigans that occurred in the 2020 election. And he was frustrated that the courts were unwilling to hear this. And so he knew that if there was an alternate slate of electors, this would have forced the court's hand to look in like has occurred in the past. The courts would have had to say, why are there alternate electors? Okay, because there's accusations of wrongdoing. Now we need to look at those accusations and determine which slate of electors actually come through. The courts most likely would have said that no, the challenge wasn't going to go Trump's way, and Trump would have stepped down as he did after that court dispute. That's what was going on. How is that more of a coup than what the Democrats did in 2016? Where Hillary Clinton said the words, I concede, and then proceeded to say for 4 years, actually the election was stolen. Meanwhile, she paid a suspected Russian spy for knowingly getting disinformation that was then fed to the FBI that used that disinformation to illegally spy on Trump's team and harass him for 4 years. Which one of those is more of a coup? So someone like Flausny will ask me, like, will you just condemn what Trump did with the alternate electors? To which my retort is, did you condemn what Hillary and Obama's teams did? Did you condemn that? Which was far more radical, which was a far more big example of a coup? No, you didn't say shit. You didn't give a fuck. You didn't care at all. So don't come at me with this horse shit of like, we just need people that respect the process. I will guarantee that if Biden loses this election, that you will hear court challenges out the fucking wazoo. That there will be people for the next 4 years saying that Russia stole the election or China stole the election or the election was stolen in any varying number of ways. Guarantee it. And not one person like Flausny or the fucking dozens upon dozens of others that stream or that comment to me on X that talk about how this is such a big problem. All of a sudden it'll be different. But these accusations were true that the Democrats were bringing up. Trump is a criminal. He did steal the election. That's what they'll say. Fuck him. Don't take these criticisms they make any further than what they are. Naked attempts to try to appear reasonable, but to further their agenda. They don't give a fuck. Ask yourself this. Anyone that you're arguing against right now about Biden going forward, ask yourself this. Has this person one time ever admitted to me Biden's cognitive decline? And if the answer is no, tell them to fuck off. Because they're willing to lie to you about anything for power. Anything. Even something so blatant as that. Don't believe your lying eyes. So that's what I say to all those fucking people. And it's just cope. That's all it is on the left today. Just cope. What's up, Aftershock? Sorry to ramble there a little.
You're good, man. You're good. All solid points. Happy Cope Day.
Yeah, it's good. It's great. By the way, why can't, well, I know the answer to this, but when fucking like when Trump lost in 2020, when Republicans lost in 2022, I took it on the fucking chin, didn't I? There were people coming in my chat like, oh, fuck you. I was like, go ahead and celebrate. I get it. I get the dopamine rush.
We blamed Republicans.
Yeah, that's right.
Further.
That's right. I mean, so, like, I'm not saying there aren't right-wingers that don't cope, but my God, no one could do it like the left. I mean, they literally control almost every fucking institution, and they shit their pants when it turns out that, oh my God, everyone sees the blatant lies we've been telling about Biden's health for the last 4 years. This is a disaster. That's not fair.
Yeah, so I mean that actually brings, because I wanted to talk to you about the debate, and surprisingly, I'm sure I've had I hate I can have disagreements and criticisms about Trump as much as the next guy, but I'm actually going to defend him a lot. But before that, it was interesting because I went to go watch the debate, and I went to with my girlfriend. Right, we went with her colleagues and everything. And it was like kind of intense because she had told me that there are these guys there. They're like they're programmers and everything like that, and they're super left wing. So I was like, oh crap, and I'm just like, yeah, like I'm gonna go. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna go. We went to her boss's house to watch the debate, and it was just so interesting because, for one, I had thought more of them, right? I thought like, oh crap, like these guys are software engineers, you know what I mean? Like I'm sure they've done their fucking digging, if I get into it with them, it's gonna be like we're gonna get into the weeds, but no, it was the exact opposite. It was honestly, it really, because I don't really get the chance to like talk to people like your everyday person and like actually like argue with them. It's basically mostly online, so I never get to do it like face to face.
Yeah.
So it was interesting because I think it really gave me like an insight into like what an average person thinks, and you could just tell when I was talking to them that they just fucking oozed hatred for Trump. They just fucking hated him, and they didn't even know the basics of what they were talking about. Like Russiagate came up, and the indictments came up, and I was like, okay, what are the allegations made on Russiagate? Okay, what were the charges? And they couldn't even answer the most basic questions, and it's just so interesting, to have that like experience.
Well, and what's funny is
it was so crazy.
So going back in my life, I've always said this. Even with those people, I wouldn't blame as much as. So when I did debate, I had no sympathy for people that were involved in debate that were ignorant on shit, because it's like that's sort of, it'd be like playing football and not understanding you're allowed to pass the ball. It's like, dude, I get it that my neighbor that's never watched a football game doesn't know that, but how do you not know that? If you're debating politics collegially, you should know the bare minimum about politics, But when I came home, the fact that people didn't know, I understood that, because it's like, well, you're not involved in it like I am. I get that. So not only is what you're saying true for the average person that hates Trump, they don't know why. Right? Or they'll have the most shallow of reasons. When you start to try to get into details, they have no fucking clue. But it's actually people that you would think are competent and actually look into this.
Yeah,
Remember when I debated Conor and we were talking about the Judge Merchan case here, right?
Yep.
And he said, clearly Trump committed a crime. You can't use campaign dollars to pay off a porn star. And I said, Conor, he's being charged for the opposite. And then, of course, do you think Conor had shame and was like, oh, my bad, my goodness? Of course not. Then he's just like, well, I watched a Legal Eagle video that said that, still Trump's guilty. And, like, that's how many people. Now, there are people that will look into this shit more. Like, someone like Pisco would look into it more, right? He's bad faith and hack for other reasons, which I don't need to get into. But, yeah, the vast majority of the people you're talking to, they have no fucking clue. They don't have the basic idea. They don't know shit about Russiagate. They don't know shit about and it was sort of what I was talking about, like at the overview of this video for today, which is, I don't know if you heard, which is, one of the reasons last night was so devastating it was an emperor has no clothes moment. And for people like us that, and you would be included in this, everyone that's watching right now, if you're the type of person that's watching some political streamer on a Friday night, you probably are more interested in politics than the average person who's probably not doing this, right? And so that average person, most of them just hear snippets. And when they hear every institution, the entertainment industry and academia and social media, their friends on social media and the way social media is slanted and the mainstream media, and they're all saying something like Trump said Nazis were good people. That's it. That becomes the truth. And it doesn't matter that it would only take 3 minutes to debunk. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. And so when you talk to those people, one of the things I used to hear all the time when I would talk to people that hated Trump, they'd be like, how could you like someone that said Nazis were good people? And I'm like, well, I wouldn't. And he didn't say that. Yes, he did. I heard it with my own ears. No, you didn't. Like, I don't know what to say. I could bring it up on my phone. He didn't say that. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't. How many times have you seen it here? How many times have you seen me go through each of these hoaxes with the same person on chat? Trump said drink bleach. Okay, can you show me where he said drink bleach? Well, he said inject bleach. Okay, can you show me where he said inject bleach? Well, he said inject disinfectant. Can you tell me when he told anyone to do that? Well, he said it would be interested if doctors looked in for the ability to inject disinfectant. That's quite different than drink bleach, isn't it? Well, he did say Nazis are good people. No, he didn't. Let's look at the transcript. And then those same people, you know damn well what happens. They leave my channel and the next day they're saying the same bullshit. Even though they just saw it was bullshit. Real quick, Cryborn, thank you for the super chat. Says, politics nerds experience politics differently than normies. It's why Trump was a surprise they established it in 2016. Politics is mental leprosy. I agree. And, but that's what I'm saying, Aftershock. I agree with you. It's so effective when it doesn't matter if they're right or wrong. Like, for example, it will become part of the official narrative 3 years from now. You'll hear me debating someone on here, and it's Biden's debate performance will come up, okay? And someone will say this, well, okay, Biden lost that debate, but he was more correct. He factually was telling the truth, and Trump wasn't. That narrative's going to stick. That's going to stick because they're going to pound that talking point over and over and over and over. And it's not true. As you can see, CNN fact-checked Biden and he was full of shit. I fact-checked. It doesn't matter. 3 years from now, the truth won't matter. All that will matter is what people remember. And people are going to remember what was beaten into their head over and over and over again. And so when a moment occurs like last night, where it's like they told you over and over, Biden doesn't have cognitive decline. Biden doesn't. It's cheap fakes. It's a lie. Blah blah blah. And you can't. You can only lie to people so much. And anyone that watched last night with any sort of objectivity would have been like, "Holy shit, what is happening?"
Yeah, and well, in my opinion, I mean, like I try to tweet these things out like, beforehand, right? Just to go based off of gut,
Thanks, Mitch.
right? And I think that 95% of people to like maybe 96% already have their mind made up. So when they watched the debate last night, they didn't go into it like, okay, what are the policies? What are the facts? Blah, blah, blah. It wasn't that. 96% of people were like, it doesn't matter what happens. I'm still voting for who I thought. The other 5% just wanted to see who was sane. The people, the independents, the ones who, are actually really in the middle. So in my opinion, it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, of course they control, like, the narrative and such, but I honestly would think that how they felt watching the debate is going to supersede, what the mainstream media is telling them about what happened.
Well, what I'm saying is, yes, in this case last night, that's absolutely true. What I'm saying, the reason your friends or your associates there are so anti-Trump is because that narrative's been so successful. It doesn't matter. Yeah. They don't need to know the details. What makes last night different is that's such a blatant example of just the media's full of shit that it's shocking to people. That even some people, not all, some people that normally believes the media are going to be like, whoa, no. That's a lie too far, right? And so, yeah, I think last night, no amount of media being like, yeah, actually Biden did very well in this debate is going to change the mind of those people. Now, it is true. The Trump haters are going to be Trump haters, and they're going to cope. And that's what we've been talking about today. I think the way you put it's true. I put it slightly different, but it's basically the same thing, which is, most of the people have their mind made up one way or the other. The audience for that debate, the people that both Biden and Trump are trying to get, are people that probably majoritarily feel this way. I think Trump is a loathsome person. I don't like his personality, but I think the country was doing better under his direction than Joe Biden. I think things are really bad under Joe Biden. And a lot of those people are going to say, holy shit, Biden should be in a nursing home. And I still might not like Trump's personality, but, it's one of the things I said we could talk about how well you think Trump did. I give him a B-, but one of the things I admit is I'm not the target audience for Trump last night. The target audience is those people. And so if Trump comes out and is like, what the fuck is with this guy? He doesn't know where he's at. Look at him. Holy shit, this is embarrassing. That probably doesn't help Trump as much amongst that crowd that's already preconditioned to think, I really don't like this guy personally. So in that world, Trump maybe was practiced or coached to be like, look, try to not come off as an abrasive asshole, right? Yeah. It's okay to like make points, but you don't want to come across as too, so I don't know. But I would only give Trump a B- because I thought that there was, I don't think his answers were as clean as they should have been on a litany of issues, so.
Yeah, so here's my take, right? And I hear what you're saying. Obviously, you could always do better. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to say he did like perfect. You know what I mean? Because there's definitely things that I would have, what I would have done. But from what I look, the angle that I'm taking is, I see it as what Trump needed to do, as opposed to an actual debate. You know what I mean? Like Rob versus Pisco. You know what I mean? Like who's gonna get? You know what I mean? Who's gonna get the facts? Who's gonna fact check each other and such like that? And I think Trump can. I'd give him an A-, because I honestly think Trump perfectly threaded the needle. He didn't beat Biden over the head, but he outclassed him. He went up there and looked like the professional. You know what I mean? Like he beat him enough to say like, okay, this guy is obviously still with it. I mean, in my opinion, like the difference between him and 2016 Trump, it's very little, maybe like 10%. You know what I mean? But he didn't beat Biden to the point where he's on the verge of being replaced. That's what I think. So he threaded that needle of beating him just enough.
I mean, so I know, and we talked about this.
Yeah.
I don't, I think that you have to go for the jugular. Now, there's ways to do it. There's stylistic ways. But anytime you intentionally take your foot off the gas, I think that's a mistake. So Trump, even though I think from an outside perspective, had Trump just completely devastated him, it might have been worse for Trump in the end because they would have been more likely to replace Biden. I still think you try to win as hard as possible. I don't disagree.
Or he comes off as a bully.
Well, but there's ways to do it without coming across as a bully. Like, for example.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. Like when they asked Biden the question about voters think your age is a concern, what do you think? Trump could have said something like this when it came back to him, like, look, I'm not trying to be mean, but I think it's evident from everyone that's listening that Biden isn't the same Biden that we grew up seeing in the 80s and 90s. And I'm not saying I liked him politically, but it's clear to see, I don't think he understands what he's saying half the time up here tonight. And it's actually a shame. And I think Biden deserves to spend some time with his family and deserves to look back on his record of public service. And that's how we should be approaching Joe Biden. But instead, he's being put forth by a bunch of people that really run the show behind the scenes. And they don't want an effective leader that will push back on their disastrous policies that we've seen. That's the way that you could say, this dude, I'm trouncing this dude, everyone sees it, but you don't come across as sounding like a dick. It's the same thing with the Hunter Biden stuff, which he didn't do that bad on, but he should have elaborated more on this, right? When he said, your son's a criminal. He should have, I would have been sympathetic to Hunter Biden. That's how he could have came. It's like, listen, Hunter's struggling through addiction. And honestly, because of things like the open border, who can say that they don't know someone and that's a close family friend or a family member that's struggling with some form of addiction? It's a serious problem that we need to do more by securing the border and other things to help combat. But imagine going through these addiction problems and your father sends you out to be the bag man for a bunch of hostile foreign institutions so that he could sell access to. And then when reporting comes out about how fraudulent this is and how he's forcing the firing of prosecutors looking at his son's business, what does he do? Well, he works with 51 former intel agencies and the bulk of the mainstream media to say that it's all Russian hoax, just like they lied about me being a Russian plant for 4 years prior to that. And it turns out all of that was untrue. More examples of the unethical nature of Joe Biden. I actually have sympathy for Hunter and understand the struggles, and yet Joe put him out there and jeopardized him by forcing him to commit, which is probably more crimes of failing to file registers of foreign lobbyists and tax evasion crimes. So please spare me the idea that this is an issue of a father being compassionate to his son. It's actually the exact opposite. A father taking advantage of his son who is struggling in order to corruptly enrich himself. That's a way that you could make that argument without seeming like a dickhead to Hunter Biden. And I think that those are the sorts of things that Trump should have been doing. Now, I don't expect everyone to have those. Obviously, I'm biased. I think my answers are good.
Not all you, Rob.
What's that? Right. But not everyone's going to. But I have experience with this. Like, for example, this is going to get, I'll try to make this as brief as possible. So like in debate, most of the time, the style of debate I did, you get individual speaker points 0 through 30. But it's weird because debate became super left-wing and progressive. Like no one got like 10 points. Like the worst points you would ever get is like a 25. So if you gave half points, 25, 25 and a half. So average would be like a 28, you know? Which is why even have a scale like that if you're only going to give numbers 25 through 30. Anyways, rarely did someone get a perfect score, especially from a judge like me that's more right-wing. I've only ever gave 2 perfect scores, and one of them was for this very, very good novice team. And it's because they debated a team that it was their first tournament ever, and they were wretched. Like they had no idea what they were doing. And the reason I gave them a 30 was they absolutely eviscerated this team in the politest way I've ever seen. Hey, we respect our opponents. They made a few good points here. We'd like to address those. Instead of just being like, what the fuck are they talking about? They have no clue. And to me, I thought that was so tactfully done. I was like, that is amazing. You didn't let your foot off the gas. You went for the kill, but you did so in a way to an outsider would be like, wow, what nice people. Like they, you know, it'd be like getting your ass kicked in a boxing match and the other guy helping you up afterwards and be like, hey man, good fight. You know, like that type of shit. That's what I think. And I think that would have came off not only better to an audience that thinks Trump's a dick, right? But I think it makes Biden seem even worse. Because when it's like, wow, you're doing so bad that your opponent's showing sympathy for you, I think that's fucking devastating. You know, and I think Trump partially does that in a funny way when he says the best line of the debate, where he's like, I don't understand what Joe said there at the end, and I don't think he does either. That was the fucking line of the debate. It was like, yep, that's it. That sums it up. And if he would have just kept going from there forward and been like, I mean, I feel bad. I don't know what he's trying to say here. I'm going to try my best to parse this through. I think that it would have looked perceptually so much better. And then the other thing I'll say real quick is, you know, Trump's character versus Biden's policies. That's what we're looking at, right? So the January 6th question, I understand that Trump was probably told over and over again, because January 6th, this is what Trump wants to say. The election was stolen. It was rigged. There were good patriots there. I told them to be peaceful. They were trying to stop the country being stolen. And I know he was told by his team, don't focus on the past. Don't make this about yourself, right? And so I know when the January 6th question came up in his head, he's thinking like, take it somewhere else. And so where does he take it? He says, on January 6th, the economy was good. On January 6th, the border was secure. And that's the sort of shit that they were telling him to say, right?
It was too much deflection.
Right, it was.
Yeah.
And that's fine. But then that was the one time when they were like, Mr. Trump, you still have 60 seconds. Would you like to respond to the question? And he's like, you know, yeah, I would, you know, Nancy Pelosi, and he goes in that. Now, he wasn't as effective on that Nancy Pelosi narrative as he could have been, as you know, because you've heard me and you've probably argued it more effectively. But then they ask him after that, will you accept the results of the election? There were so many better answers he could have gave on that. January 6th was terrible. It was absolutely terrible that there were people that engaged in acts of violence, and I am not defending those acts of violence. Any sort of political violence or intimidation is roundly condemned by me. It's a shame that the Democrats couldn't do the same, and they either paid lip service or ignored the mass amounts of violence we saw all that summer, where they tried to goad me into deploying the National Guard so they could call me an authoritarian, when actually it was a difficult decision that I was coming to, because I don't want to deploy law enforcement or military against people of this country, but I also don't want to see people of this country become victims by angry mobs that are controlled by dark money groups that want to erode the family and our political values. However, what I will say was there were patriotic Americans that felt that their voice was stolen on January 6th. I'm not here to relitigate the election or anything like that, but these people deserve to peacefully have their voices heard, and I encourage them to show up and to be peaceful. Yes, maybe I could have taken actions that were different, but I trusted the people around me that were tasked with defense. Those people were stymied by people like Nancy Pelosi as they requested the National Guard over and over again, and they were denied by her Sergeant-at-Arms, who later told the Capital City Police Chief that Nancy Pelosi said it would be impossible for optics. In fact, I even myself requested 10,000 National Guard troops be there, but I was shut down. Had I deployed the National Guard over these concerns of optics, the same people now saying I'm culpable because I didn't deploy them would have called me an authoritarian, like they did over and over again when I suggested deploying the National Guard to stop left-wing rioters. So it's a day that I'm not proud of necessarily, but I do think that these people had the right to have their voices heard, and they've been treated like terrorists by the Biden administration that is locking up innocent, nonviolent people for years. And when I come into office, those innocent people I will seek to serve justice for. But yes, I will accept the results of the election if they are fair. Would Biden accept the results of the election if I win 99%? Of course not. Would he have legitimate challenges? Of course. And I guarantee he will when I win. Why is it that only I and people like me are questioned, and yet when Hillary Clinton lost and engaged in a conspiracy to work with an alleged Russian spy that the FBI then used unverified disinformation to spy on me and my campaign, and she routinely said that the election was stolen from her for 4 years, why does no one ask her, Obama, the FBI, etc., if they'll accept the results of the election this time, unlike in 2016? That's the answer. Right? Or some form of that. Yeah, so I can't give them an A when it's like there's so much left on the table. Like, you know, that's how I feel. And I think that one legitimate concern that people could have after that's like, oh, Trump didn't really say he would accept the results of the election. Trump didn't really take responsibility for January 6th. And when Trump knows that the majority of people's concern that he's trying to get on his side is his character, I feel like he should have had better answers to those questions.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I just, man, like, one thing that's surprising to me, like, for one, like, I agree with you, right? I think if he would have been more like on the offense, I think a smarter attack, which obviously you're doing it, but some that I do have, you know, like problems with is I would have countered what Biden said, but something that is true about the Democrat Party as opposed to specifically Biden, like when it comes to like Hunter Biden and like, you know, things like that. I would have done something like, like the Democrat Party, at the very least, you can disagree with, you know, with my policies versus Biden's policies and stuff, but you've had 4 years under me, and how was it? And right now, the Biden administration, along with the Democrats, aren't even acknowledging that you're struggling. They're, you know, so that way you can't really walk it back because the Democrats themselves wouldn't be able to say, oh, you got beat on that, because that's their narrative too. But the thing about it is, I think the offensive that you're giving, and like obviously it's you know, it's opinions, but like I just think one thing that I'm surprised at right now, and that honestly that I'm kind of scared of, is the actual pushback against Biden. I did not think that there would be this much pushback to get him to leave. I really didn't. I thought they were going to triple, quadruple.
Well, you'll see it change. You'll see it change if Obama tells people behind the scenes, yeah, you're going to defend Biden, like he publicly did today, then that's what they'll do. Look, the truth is, I think what happened is, in real time before the messaging and the talking points go out, it was impossible for them to ignore the obvious this one time. And as much as it's true that they have no integrity, they don't want to throw away the appearance of integrity, right? And so if Joe Biden comes out in a dress with, you know, minstrel blackface on, right, and a CNN panel is analyzing the debate, and there's one Republican like, holy fuck, he has a dress with minstrel paint on, and the other 8 go, no, I don't see that. I think Biden's dressed very appropriately tonight. I don't see a dress. I don't see minstrel paint. That would be a bridge too far. Like, people would be like, what? What the fuck? Right? So they're willing to go really far to cover. Last night, it was so bad that they were like, shit. And I think, like, there's two ways of looking at this. I understand and I'm not firmly in either camp. I'm less in the first camp today than I was yesterday. There is the camp that's like, listen, this was set up for Biden to fail as an excuse to remove him, right? So they knew what they were doing, right? That's what people were saying, right? That like this was, oh, we'll do it before the convention and Biden will fall flat in his face.
Oh, yeah, okay, I can sympathize with that. Yeah.
You know, and okay. so then we'll be able to replace him with Newsom, Michelle Obama, Pete Buttigieg, whoever. Josh Shapiro, this name's getting thrown around. My governor, who sucks. That's one. The other area of thought, which I'm leaning towards more being true, is they're just fucking terrible. They're just horrible. The people running Biden's team in the DNC they're not just corrupt, they're fucking incompetent. They're a bunch of DEI people that don't know what the fuck they're doing. And they probably thought, listen, Biden got through the State of the Union. Biden got through the debates in 2020. We see what he's like behind the scenes. But if we have a week to prep him and to change his sleep schedule and to give him the right drugs, we could get through this one debate, and then we'll say, we ain't debating anymore. We debated Trump. We beat him. MSNBC agreed. CNN agreed. We beat him. That's it. Right? That's what they thought. And then when it blew up in their face, it was like, oh, fuck. Right? And then I think that all the people that knew, right, like Van Jones, for example, who was almost crying last night, right? Van Jones knows that that's the real Joe Biden that you saw last night. But Van Jones wasn't counting on you knowing that, right? And so now there's buyer's remorse where they're like, well, fuck. Now everybody knows the jig is up. And so, shit. Maybe we should get someone new in here now. And, you know, so I don't know. Now, I still put them at 50% chance of getting someone new. I do, but there are significant problems. There are optical problems and there are procedural problems with bringing in someone new.
You can see, because also another thing that makes me doubt it is the super, super strong statements coming out of like Biden, coming out of Obama, coming out of Newsom. It just seems like, obviously it feels, but like it'd be so odd for them to take such a strong stance and then for them to just be like, never mind, you know, like.
But many of them are doing it. You know what I mean? Like, but the Biden we saw today. Someone said in the chat, I talked about this earlier. Did you see Biden's speech today? That's the real Biden. He had a cold last night. I'll take the guy who had a cold and misspoke a little over the immoral, insurrectionist. A lot of the same people last night that were saying. I mean, 3 days ago they were telling us Biden's sharp as a tack. Last night they were saying time for Biden to step down. Then today they're like, well, maybe the Biden we see today is not that bad. The difference is this. In real time, like these things have momentum too. Like, think of it this way. Let's say that me and you and Aircraft Sparky are on an 8-person panel, and the other people on the panel are 4 random lefties, right, and Destiny. And let's say that there's a question asked, and give your opening statement. And I give my opening statement, and Aftershock gives his, and Sparky gives his. Random lefty 1, random lefty 2, random lefty 3, random lefty 4, and then Destiny gives his last. And Destiny makes a left-wing argument that's different than all of random lefty 1 through 4. What do you think happens to random lefty 1 through 4?
I don't know.
They're going to adapt Destiny's position. Oh, yeah.
I thought you said closing.
No, opening
is
what I meant. Well, yeah. What they'll do is they'll start to go in his direction. There's sort of this, like, there's something about people that where they're all going to agree. So if one person's like, holy shit, that was fucking terrible, right? And they're a left-winger, the other person's going to be like, yeah, you don't want to be that person, right? What Van Jones is saying it was terrible, and Chris Wallace is saying it's terrible, and Nicole Wallace is saying it was terrible, and then you're fucking, Rachel Maddow, and you're like, actually, I thought it was a wonderful performance. It takes a lot of personal strength to go out on your own like that, and they don't have it, right? So last night in the moment, it was so obvious to everyone. People were just giving pseudo-honest reactions like, oh, fuck. And then the talking points come out, and if the talking points are like, listen, Biden's the guy, shut the fuck up, they're going to shut the fuck up. They are. They're going to say, well, Biden had a cold and it was an off day, and okay, did you see how he came back strong the next day? Everybody falls down, but getting up's an American virtue. And Trump, let's talk about Trump. He's going to be sentenced on July 9th. He's probably going to end up in jail, right? That's what it'll be, without batting an eye. And you think those people, if Biden ends up being the nominee, you think that you're going to see those people a week out of the election saying, wow, man, remember that debate? Fuck Biden, he can't be the guy. You think that's what they're going to be saying? Of course not. They'll fall right in line. So I agree with you. It was weird to hear. You're so used to them covering up for Biden's gaffe. It was weird to hear them in a moment where
triple down.
What do you mean?
I literally thought they were. I literally thought they were all going to just be like, he did good. Like,
yeah, I mean,
he was a little good.
I thought you would see some, but I was surprised at how many said how bad he was. But but again, it'll change, right? I assure you, if Obama would have been on the horn mid-debate and telling the people at the CNN panel and MSNBC, look, this is what you're going to say when it ends. Okay, Biden has a stutter, but he did excellent. He was right on all the facts. That's what they would have said. That would have been the narrative, right? They were on their own in the moment, or maybe they did. This was all pre-planned, and they were like, good, now we're going to bury Biden, and we'll find an excuse to bring someone else in. So it's okay to go after him now. I don't know. But I agree with you. It was weird to hear, like, CNN. It was weird to Aircraft Sparky sent me that article from Politico where it was basically like Biden crashes and burns, or Biden is toast. That's
toast,
fucking
yeah.
weird to see Politico say that. But,
well, then what do you think of, I thought the moderation was really good, surprisingly. What did you think?
It was biased, but it was within acceptable ranges.
That's a good point. That's probably relative, right?
Well, no. I mean, if Tucker Carlson moderated the debate, it would be bias, right? Everybody has bias. It's just true, and that bias is going to affect you to some degree. The question is, can you rein it into an acceptable range? I thought they reined it into an acceptable range. I thought the questions were geared to be more negative to Trump, right? Like, so it was obvious. Like, for example, the question, will you be deporting all of the illegals, right? That's trying to get a soundbite, but I'm not going to sit here and bitch about the moderation. I thought for what Trump fucking agreed to go on CNN, you know what to expect. It was better than I expected. So, I guess that's pretty much with as bad as the debate was for Biden, and with just how fucking historically crazy it was. The moderation's barely a blip on the screen, which is a good thing, because I think that's what moderation should be. And in fact, you're seeing CNN getting a lot of heat for not stepping in and helping Biden, which is probably a good sign that they did better than expected. So,
Okay. I think I take the position that taking another debate only serves to hurt Trump. I don't think Trump should do any more debates.
Well, yes and no. First off, I thought Trump shouldn't have taken this debate. And, what's the old, is it the British Air Force motto? Who dares wins, right? Like the idea that, like, dude, sometimes you got to risk it to get a big win. So you could make a similar argument this next time, but maybe Biden fucking falls flat in his face again, and then everyone's saying Trump's a genius. What a great plan. He knew, Oh,
are you talking about fortune favors the bold?
No, there's someone might know in the chat. One of the British Armed Services, their motto is "Who dares wins," but that's similar to fortune favors the bold. It's a similar. Why shouldn't Trump take another debate? What's the logic in this? Well, in general, debates benefit the side that is losing, right? If you're trending in, think of it like a football game. If you're up by 14 points, are you passing the ball down the field? No, you're trying to run out the clock, right? You're running the ball, being conservative. But if you're losing by 14 points, you're dropping back in shotgun, you're throwing Hail Mary. Well, maybe not, but you know what I mean. You're taking risks. So if you had this debate and you've won more than any presidential candidate in history in this debate, not because necessarily you were great, but because your opponent was so fucking bad, yeah, you want that taste to be left in people's mouth. Are you going to win the next debate more? I would say there's almost a 0% chance of that. You might equal it if Biden shits his pants again, but that's it. I don't know how you could win any more.
Better, though?
What's that? Well, that's what I'm saying.
Better,
well, that's exactly what I'm saying. So the chances of you doing better are almost nil, but Biden could, even if Biden does terrible's better than what was last night. Yeah. So if you're Trump,
already super low.
But the problem is, well, what do you risk by not doing the debate? Because you know what Biden's team's going to say. Oh, Trump knew it was a fluke. He knew that Biden had a cold. And so Biden had it. Now he's a coward. He's afraid to debate. He was a big talker, said he'd debate anytime, anywhere. And now, because he knows Biden had one off day, now he's too much of a coward to do a debate.
Well, I'd take that, though. I'd take that. I think the people that were sincerely in the middle and watched Biden in the first debate wouldn't care. I think it was like, bro, that was not a fucking fluke. He is senile.
Well, right. I'm just saying. I don't know.
Yeah,
I would have to. You would, and you would have to look, right? What are the conditions of the debate? When are the debates? What does the polling look like? What does the direction that because maybe Trump gets sentenced to jail on July 9th, and all of a sudden a big swath of independents say, I'm not going to vote for a guy going to jail. And then all of a sudden Trump's internal polling shows him losing. Shit. Yeah, at that point, I take a debate, right? Wouldn't you? If all of a sudden it's looking really bleak, wouldn't you say, well, fuck it, let's do another debate, and hopefully Joe shits his pants again. Move the needle in our favor. So I don't know. It depends on, my guess is, had Biden not fell on his face last night, they would have said, no, we're not doing another debate. Now they're going to say, sure, we'll do a debate, right? And You know, I don't have a problem with Trump saying, what's the point? Like, why do another debate in hopes that they could get you on the right amphetamines this time so you could be coherent for 90 minutes? That's the point? No. I'm going to do other things. I'm actually going to go talk to the American people. You're the one who pissed and moaned. You wanted the special rules early debate. The American people saw you for what you were, so that's that. I think that's acceptable. Right now, that's the strategy I would recommend to Trump. But I would have recommended Trump not take this debate, and that would have been foolish on my part, given what we now know happened, right? It was a big win for Trump. So, you know, I could see it both ways. There is a logic that says anytime you could get Biden in front of people without a teleprompter, fucking do it. Because the guy is that bad. It's just, you know, it's just true. You know, now if it was me, I'd say, fuck yeah, we'll debate every day from now till the election. I don't give a shit. But that's me. I like debates. I think I'm good at it. I think that's one of my strong suits. So, you know, I don't know. That it'll come down to a decision from Trump's team. But I would almost guarantee that Biden's team will want to debate. You know, and then there's a question of who the vice president gets picked. Because, I mean...
I thought he was going to announce it last night.
I mean, it'd be... Could you imagine a Vivek Kamala Harris debate?
Oh, that'd be fucking awesome.
I mean, that could rival...
What do you think he's going to choose? I think it's going to be a fucking...
Fucking like Tim Scott or Burgum.
I think it's probably going to be Burgum.
I could live... I mean... Nikki Haley I couldn't live with. Burgum and Tim Scott, I really despise those picks. I think they're bad because I think that it's a Mike Pence type pick where maybe it helps you with some moderates or some establishment Republicans in the election. But the problem is it'll just allow them to sabotage you once you're elected. I would prefer, you know, Vivek, J.D. Vance. Those would be my two top picks. I think Ben Carson would be better than Tim Scott. I could live with him. But, yeah, my guess is...
What the fuck is the big deal with Carson? Why do people like him so much? Did I, miss something?
Well, I think Ben Carson comes across...
Because he's, a nice, likable guy.
He's likable. He's sort of MAGA light. I don't think that there's many impressions that he's more from the, Mitch McConnell, Paul Ryan wing of the party. So he would be trustworthy. He has a really cool story. He's black. I mean, it's shitty, but that's part of the calculus. That's why Tim Scott's such a big name, right? Trump's trying to get that black vote. Well, black guy. Well-spoken, likable, and he doesn't seem like someone that would stab Trump in the back. You know?
And it was disappointing to hear Trump, he said that, you know, he basically, I mean, he outright said that the VP pick, it doesn't matter. And, even though that may be technically true, I mean, I don't know, man. It feels like you can't really compare this election to any other.
I mean, I don't know. The VP, Trump's basically right. John Jacob makes a great point in the chat. Trump shouldn't announce his VP for a month. Why would you take the news cycle of Biden right now? That's absolutely true.
Oh, that's a good point.
Or, you know, maybe the day Trump gets sentenced, that's when he announces his VP pick. You know,
I do think he's getting the right people around him now, though. There's no way Trump came up with all of that, the dialed back professional kind of, you know what I mean?
Well, maybe, but I don't know if that means the right people or not. Because that's what the people were telling him in 2016. Oh, if Trump just dialed it in a little, he'd be acceptable. And those people, what they really wanted was just listen to what we say and don't rock the boat. So I don't know. I don't have a fucking clue. We'll see. Trump said his best, I think, most of the time when he's off the cuff, when he's not being reined in. But he does have excesses. And, you know, I don't know. We'll see. I'm still very bleak that Trump actually wins it. You know, it's today for me is more about
too bleak, man. You're too bleak.
We'll see. Don't tell that to Chief Wah. What about the printers? The fucking printers, the 30 million illegals, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely, don't get doom-or-pilled. That's definitely not the case.
Well, it's not doomer. It's not doomer-pilled.
No, he is. He's doomer-pilled.
Oh, because doomer-pill's there's no chance. I don't believe that.
Well, that's
him. Yeah, I also find that I work better when I want to think that I'm losing till the last fucking second. That's how I am. So that I strive to work harder. And I wish that more people had that mentality. The reason Hillary lost in 2016 was because she took the mentality, 99% chance we win. And they took their foot off the fucking gas, and that's why they lost, right? And there was a lot of that shit with Trump in 2020, people surrounding Trump. We're going to win 48 states. I'm like, what the fuck are you people smoking? Are you kidding me? I mean, I don't know if you remember, I was on Let's Be Frank's show on election night, and they're all celebrating high-fiving. Trump's up 200,000 in Pennsylvania. I was like, yeah, he lost Pennsylvania. What? I was like, wait and see. I was like, if he ain't up by 500,000 by the time we go to bed, he lost.
I don't know, man. I just think I think so. Here's what I think. I think the people that voted for Trump in 2020, I don't think they're going anywhere. I really don't think they're going to go anywhere. I think Trump only has to gain. And even Cenk is saying it. Cenk Uygur, like, he wants Biden out. And he outright admits Democrats always need to be up at least 5 points. And Trump always overperforms polls by 4 to 5 points.
No, that could not be more inverse from the truth.
Why? Because it's the popular.
You want to know why? Have you ever heard of something called ballot harvesting in Pennsylvania?
Well, Trump's doing that too now. Everybody's doing that. Charlie Kirk is doing it in Arizona.
No. Not even close. Dude, I'm in Pennsylvania. Isn't even close. Okay, you could come ballot harvest in my town of Clarion, Pennsylvania, or you could ballot harvest in Philadelphia. Who do you think wins that exchange?
Yeah, that granted. But I mean, maybe Pennsylvania. I'm not sure what they're doing. I have no clue.
But it's like that around the country. If you listen to people like Steve Deese, who I like, who is a DeSantis guy, but he's fair. Steve Deese is fair. Like Steve Deese, if you listen to people like him, like there's almost no ground game from Trump yet in these states. You have people like Scott Pressler and Charlie Kirk sort of out there on their own. The ground game of Trump's team right now is incredibly weak in swing states. They are nowhere near where they need to be with ballot harvesting. Nowhere near it. Not even close. And the idea, like, you have to understand, you're assuming the election happens like today. Oh, Trump's clearly going to win. It says that he has to be up so much in the polls and he's up more than that and blah, blah, blah. The election's not today. They're going to throw him in prison.
Yeah.
There's former members of his cabinet are going to come out and say they personally saw him raping someone with Vladimir Putin as they pissed on the American flag, right? Black people are going to come out of the woodwork saying that they heard Trump saying the N-word and that he hates black people. There's going to be a terrorist attack in this country that's done by a right-winger, right? You understand that, right? We're going to probably end up in a hostile conflict with Russia.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to it's hard to dispute that, because like I'm not sure what they're gonna do, but obviously it's the fucking Democrats, like I wouldn't be surprised on what they do, but just on where we are now, like if it happened today,
but yep,
you know what I mean. I understand.
I mean, sure. I mean, you could have said the same thing if the 2020 election happened in 2019. Trump wins in a landslide, I guess. And then they intentionally allowed the country to get burned down by Black Lives Matter and locked us down with COVID.
So I think Trump is already been convicted. He's going to get sentenced in July, and the polls are where they are. Aside from
I don't trust the
something
polls.
Extreme. Okay, so let me ask you this then. Let's say it's November, right? And you look at Trump and you look at, the amount of, what he invested in, ballot harvesting and things like that. Let's say 0 is what he did in 2020 and 10 is, amazing, up to Democrat standards or more. What would you reasonably give him that he'd invest into ballot harvesting? Like a 3, 2, 1,
like
4,
a 10?
No.
He should equal or surpass Democrats.
No. What do you mean? Like, no.
You asked me what I would like to see them do. I would like.
No. What do you predict?
Oh, like a 1.
Like a 1,
yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, they're not.
Okay, well,
Aftershock, even if they put as much time and energy into the Democrats, geographically, ballot harvesting benefits Democrats because Democrats tend to control the big cities. And ballot harvesting's easy to go to a high-rise complex in Philadelphia and say, everybody come here. You 500 people come here. Fill these out real quick. Let's get them down. That's easy. The areas where Trump's going to win in Pennsylvania, the large swath of red in the center, you're talking to get 500 ballots, you're going to have to travel something like 40 square miles, right? Like, so the practice itself, now that doesn't mean it's impossible for Trump to win. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is there hasn't been a significant change. And by the way, it shouldn't all be on Trump, right? The RNC should have been doing this. The RNC nationally should have been doing it, and at the state levels, they should have been doing it. So in my state of Pennsylvania, the RNC is ran by a bunch of people who were really fucking impressed with Dr. Oz. He was the man. He was going to beat stroke victim John Fetterman. And then he got his ass kicked, right? That's what happened. So what do you think the changes the Pennsylvania GOP made was? Zip. Zero. Nada. They didn't replace anyone. The national RNC held on to Rona McDaniel until the last fucking possible minute, right? So I'm telling you that I have not seen, now maybe you could say, okay, Trump's raising money now. He'll get on the game. It shouldn't be up to Trump. The RNC should have been doing this shit. They didn't. They pissed and moaned about, we don't like the game. We don't like ballot harvesting. We don't like mail-in ballots. Well, you fucked up. You guys shit your pants over COVID and you let it happen. So now we're stuck with it until we could win an election and do something, which probably won't happen. But that's the truth. So Trump has to be up big. I'm not saying it's impossible. If the election was held today, I think Trump wins. But it's not going to be held today. And so when you factor in, I'm factoring in what I've seen my entire life with politics from these institutions. They don't lose. They don't lose. They don't lose most of the time because it's Bush versus Clinton. And if Bush wins, they win. And if Clinton wins, they win. Or it's Obama versus Romney. And if Obama wins, they win. And if Romney wins, they win. And then the first election where it really wasn't was Trump versus Hillary. And the only reason Trump won was because they bought their own bullshit that Hillary had a 99% chance of winning. Yeah. And they took their foot off the gas, and so Trump won. And they said, we ain't making that fucking mistake in 2020. Oh, look at that. A water pipe broke in the middle of the night. Oh, look at all these ballots that just came in for
not to be true.
For Joe Biden. Whoa. Wow, that's amazing. And the fact that now in 2024, it's like, wow, Joe Biden just fell on his face in a debate, and so the country's going in a bad direction. So looks like Trump will win this. No. I think the shenanigans we saw going into 2020 will be magnified tenfold going into 2024. And so I hope I'm wrong. I do. I think at this point, if you could guarantee that there weren't mail-in ballots and you could guarantee that it was just legitimate who people were voting for, I think Trump wins running away. But that's not going to be the case. And I'm not going to ignore reality. And I'm also not going to ignore that the Democrats are just going to go, well, shucks, Biden's a terrible candidate, so now we lose. It's not going to happen. They're going to do. I mean, I'm telling you, everything is on the table. I talked last night. What if they imprison Trump? What if they do worse than Trump? Here's a bigger question. What if they do worse to Biden? Yeah. Then what? What if Biden just keels over tomorrow? How's that change the election? A lot of sympathy for Democrats then, right? Oh, then it doesn't look bad to change. Now, I'm not saying any of that stuff's going to happen, so I don't want the censors to get pissy with me. I'm just saying anything could happen, and so the idea that we're months and months out and we're like, oh, it's a wrap. I couldn't disagree more. I think that as far as I'm concerned, it hasn't even begun. And I think that most of the shit we're talking about today, sadly, will barely be a blip on the radar come November. We'll be talking about complete new shit on both sides. The next Biden gaffe and then the scandal that comes out against Trump. And that's what I predict is going to occur. So, I mean, I don't know. My prediction is it isn't based on I have a very scientific formula on how good or bad the country's doing right now versus how good or bad it was under Trump and the debate performance on this and how much money's been put into each race. I'm making a very simple prediction, which is these corrupt fuckers refuse to give up power. And they have tools at their disposal that they haven't even begun to use yet. And they're going to use them. And if they were willing to lock down the fucking country over a virus, if they were willing to encourage rioting, if they're willing to blatantly interfere in the election by having 51 former Intel officials say, this laptop's Russian disinformation, and all of the mainstream media and social media going along with it, what will they be unwilling to do this time? That's the calculus I'm looking at. And I'm not doomer pilled where I'm like, well, that's it, don't go vote. Makes me say, fuck it. Instead of winning by 10 million, win by 40 million. That's how I'm trying to approach it. So my doomer attitude just makes me want to work harder and encourage people to get out and vote more. That's how I'm looking at it. But I will not be convinced until the fucking election is certified that Trump's going to win. I'm just not. I know what these people are capable of. I know what the stakes are for them. And I know that they don't want to give up power. And if Trump does win, deep in the back of my head, I'll think he made a deal with them. That's how corrupt I feel these people are.
Damn.
That he ain't going to do nothing. They let it slide because they're like, well, he ain't going to come after us. That's how I feel. Now, hopefully I'm proven wrong. Now, to counter that, I didn't think they'd let Trump win in 2016. I was wrong. So, I've certainly been wrong.
If you're wrong, hot tub stream.
No. Not happening. But
Yeah, Nico says yes.
no, not happening. Will not happen. So, but yeah, that's just how I feel.
Okay, so let's say if you were a betting man, if Biden would be replaced, who is it? One person.
Newsom.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I think that probably, believe it or not, I think the person that would be the best would be Buttigieg. I think
Really?
Buttigieg, yeah, I think he's smart.
About Michelle Obama.
There's negatives with Michelle.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I think that's why Biden won, is because of like the nostalgia of what Obama was.
Yeah.
Michelle has less baggage.
Well, but listen, think of what I don't know about where you're from. Where I'm from in rural America here, the impression of Biden during the Obama years was like his lovable sidekick. Like, hey, Barack, I brought pizzas.
Yeah.
That was it. And so there was that nostalgia for like, oh, Biden, that cool sidekick guy's running for president in 2020. Cool. You know, there was some of that going into that election. And now how do we feel about him? Mm-hmm. Right? And so that nostalgia, it's one thing to be the sidekick, to be the wife, to be the spouse. Once you're in the spotlight, things get a little different. Now, I think Michelle's, all things considered, Michelle's a fine candidate compared to Joe Biden. And I think Michelle, up and up, probably if Biden decided he wasn't going to run again in 2024 and the Democrats went through the nomination process and they picked Michelle Obama, I think she has way more advantages over Trump than Joe Biden does. The question is, if you're replacing Joe Biden at this late stage, is a Michelle Obama going to be as palpable as she would have been otherwise? I mean, it's a political novice that you're instilling with no votes. Ugh. You know what I mean? It seems ripe for people screaming nepotism and like, wait. You know, whereas at least Gavin Newsom, you could say, well, he's a politician. He's probably the next person in line. Buttigieg is a politician. You know, so I don't know. Now, I don't think maybe the Democrats think that their base wouldn't vote about that. Wouldn't care about that, but I don't know. Is this guy still bitching that I can't see here? We'll be able to see his post.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree because it's obviously like I'm thinking about it in terms of how razor thin it was in 2020 and how it's only gotten good for Trump. You know, obviously, like the indictments did. You know, like it was a punch in the gut, but he's still like doing way better.
Well, listen,
he was never up in 2020.
Right now, but we'll see going forward.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah,
We will see. But in general, if you just said Trump going into 2020, right, and going into that election, he has 3 good years, and then he has COVID and riots. Okay? Yeah, I think that he's in a stronger position now where we can compare that to Biden, where it's been an abject disaster for most people. And so Trump looks better now, on average, you would think, than Biden. That's true, until we see the next 4 months of campaigning. Now, it still could be that Trump's still in a better position. That's absolutely possible. And, you know, there are other reasons. Like, you could say, well, there'll be more of a... Republicans will do better ballot harvesting, possibly. And Republicans will be more ready for water pipes breaking in the middle of the night. And shit like that.
There's also a lot of poll watchers, too, that Trump's going to hire.
You could say that. Yeah, I mean, and that could all be true. You don't know. But I would say, yes, if you're just looking at it like literally assuming that there's not going to be any scandals, that there's not going to be any change in election laws, there's not going to be any malfeasance, if you're just saying, okay, Trump versus Biden 2020, you're literally looking at Biden as a person during the Obama years versus Trump in the middle of a pandemic and riots. Yeah, advantage Biden. Yeah. And now you look at, well, now we're not just looking at Trump's last year, we're looking at the whole picture with Trump versus Biden's disastrous country now. Yes, if you say, well, if this election was decided by 50,000 votes last time, I think that this situation more than benefits Trump 50,000 votes. I say that's true, but I also think that ignores how much we have left to
the
go.
establishment.
Right.
Well, here's my prediction, and I'll let you go. Here's my prediction. I think you're right. Obviously, I'm sure they're waiting for those punches that they're gonna throw. You know, in October. You know what I mean? Maybe in September. But I think at this point in time, after everything that's been thrown at Trump, it seems like everything they're saying to him or saying about him and accusing him of is just white noise. So if it's not something extremely crazy, then it really doesn't make any huge difference.
Maybe.
Like,
I mean,
shit. But like,
I think that
Trump, like
the trial, the problem is the trials. Oh, what's up, man? The trials that they went with Trump already, no one gives a shit about. People do care about the January 6th shit. Not a lot, but some independents. Well, unless something happens, unless Trump's found guilty before that. It's white noise in that it's stagnant right now, right? But if something would happen and some of that case gets rushed and they find him guilty and they sentence him to prison and they could say he's guilty of committing an insurrection, I see through the bullshit that is, but maybe independents would be like, oof.
Well, is that going to be decided before the election?
It doesn't look like it right now, but there's no guarantee it won't be.
Well,
I mean, I get. What are you? What about the Supreme Court? Go ahead.
The Supreme Court delayed it.
No.
Meaning, like, they're literally not going to hear it until afterward.
It has nothing to do with the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court's not going to hear this case unless it's on appeal. The Supreme Court decided today that one of the charges that Trump was facing in the Fisher case of the obstruction of official proceeding has to be removed. The other charges against Trump can still go forward. So they could move forward. Now, that's barring the Supreme Court's decision that's going to be released next week that says whether or not you can actually charge a former president. That's a different issue altogether. The court might say you can't, which I actually don't favor that opinion, but it certainly would be beneficial to Trump. Anyways, again, what you're relying on is Jack Smith and Democrat judges and Democrat juries will say, shucks. Well, the Supreme Court says X. The Supreme Court's not going to come in and say, you can't, unless they say you can't charge a former president. They're not going to say, no, Jack Smith, you can't proceed. They're not going to say that. Now, is it true that the reason people are assuming that it won't proceed is because given the amount of time that would be necessary to have the trial, seat a jury, have a conviction, have appeals, and all of that shit, it seems in the normal case of a trial that would be too much time to occur before the election? Absolutely, that's true. But who's to say that they don't rush it? I don't know. Right? Like, so, I mean, again, the mistake I think that you're making is you assume, like, here's norms. Here's how things normally occur. And given norms, now nothing can occur that's bad. They don't give a fuck about norms. They don't care. They tried to kick Trump off the ballot in Colorado, the Supreme Court. They don't give a fuck. Jack Smith doesn't care. He does not care. He could come out and say, I put a gag order on Trump and he violated it. Now we're imprisoning him for violating the gag order. Then what? You know what I mean? So, like, the idea that it's like, nope, it's impossible that any of these court cases could be brought forth. It might not be likely, but it's certainly not impossible, right?
Yeah,
they could find something.
Though there are, like, rules.
Right.
Are, like, agreed upon rules, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, I don't know. What's up, Cutsleeve? How you doing, man?
What's going on, brother?
Are you still there?
Nothing much. I was just, before Aftershock disappears for another 6 months.
Is he disappearing
that
much?
Say hi.
Oh,
I haven't seen you guys in I've seen Rob a lot, but I haven't seen Aftershock.
Are you debating?
Yes.
In college? What level are you at?
Varsity.
Oh, you're in open? Cool.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Are you clearing? You making it to outrounds?
I've cleared about 3 times.
Nice.
So a third of all of my time.
Yeah, that's no joke, man. My first year, I barely cleared it all. So that's very impressive.
This is your first year as varsity?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Good for you, man. It's
what
different. Once you get into it, it's different, isn't it? At that top level.
Oh, yeah. It's there's not really, you can't really have life, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I spent most nights that I wasn't drinking in the debate office till 2, 3 in the morning. I mean, it's a fucking ton of work. People don't understand just the evidence alone. that you have
Exactly.
to have. It's incredible.
Fuck that shit.
And
And
then
the thing about it is, like, you can always know more.
yeah.
Like, you're never done.
Is it anything as crazy like that what Rob went through? All
Uh,
the fucking lefties.
yes. Okay, so every time Rob describes the community, Rob is correct, but the
Damn.
competitive aspect of it is a lot less correct. Like, you don't just like, yeah, you don't just like get up and like, obviously, like, Rob knows what like a critique is, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, it's not like they haven't like they don't have like that much success.
Oh, really? When I was debating, critical debate was all the jive, and then performance debate was big too. Have you dealt with any of that?
Oh yeah, I mean,
Is there a lot of that still? For those that don't know, critical debate is making a philosophical objection, basically, to a plan. So you might say something like, our plan is to cut subsidies for corn by 20% in the United States in the next 5 years. A critique of that would be, your plan uses the United States federal government, which engages in capitalism. Capitalism is evil and racist, and it subjects people
Yeah.
to slavery. Therefore, our alternative is to reject capitalism. And you would say, reject capitalism, so are you endorsing communism? No. We're just making a philosophical critique of your rhetoric because you've endorsed capitalism. And so the ballot signifies a rejection of your rhetoric of endorsing capitalism. That's a critique, a philosophical objection to the plan or the rhetoric of a team. A performance is, I don't know how to explain it. Like a performance, this would be an example of a performance debate. This is one that I saw. I stand up and talk about the Supreme Court needing to overturn Milliken, which was a forced busing decision. My opponents stand up for 9 minutes and don't say a word and simulate having gay sex. That's performance debate. And then they expect you to be like, what the fuck was that? And they say, oh, you're a bigot. You hate gay people. It has nothing to do with
that.
it.
I was in prose and poetry.
But that's
oh, dude, I did prose and poetry too.
Yeah,
but there's a lot of performance could take a lot of different, like a lot of people rap as part of performance debate. At least when I was there, they would do rap or other crazy shit.
Rob, we don't rap anymore. It's not the 80s.
But you see shit like that, Cutsleeves.
Well, so it's much more technical and a lot less. Like the performance you described before, like the first example you use, like never. It's never that radical. The second example you described, much more like it.
Yeah,
Like
rapping.
people could like rap about whatever the topic is.
Yeah.
Rap about a
That's
rejection
so
of capital.
fucking crazy. It's like so hard to believe you guys.
I saw a
That
debate.
shit
This is not,
fucking
this.
happened.
I saw a debate my freshman year, or I guess my novice year. I saw a debate at CETA Nats, the finals of CETA Nationals, which arguably is the second biggest debate tournament in the country. The finals was, I forget the two teams, but the affirmative team stood up and read poetry about tangentially the topic. The negative team stood up and rapped. And the negative team ended up winning because their argument was the poetry was written down. And so the man could find it. And the affirmative team burned the poetry at the
That's
end.
more much like it.
That was
That's
so
much
the
more
affirmative
like
team
it.
stood up with a lighter and burned the script of the poetry and said they'll never find this. And you're like, what the fuck does that have to do with the topic? Nothing. Nothing at all. But that was the debate. Rap versus poetry. I think the rap team won that debate, if I'm not mistaken. But I remember watching that and was like, what the fuck is this? And there was this guy.
That's a lot more like what poetry and like performance
And
are.
you know this, Cutsleeve, the way you keep notes, they call it your flow. I'm assuming you flow.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was learning to flow, so I'm just watching this around and I have my flow out. And the guy sitting in front of me was one of the judges. And here I am, this novice from Clarion University. I don't know shit about debate. and I try to flow. It's like my third debate tournament ever I'm watching. And this prick judge.
Explain what a flow is.
A flow is a special way of keeping notes for debate. So flow might look like this. You give what's called a roadmap at the beginning of a speech, right? So the first person that speaks is the first affirmative constructive. They go for 9 minutes. That's almost 99.9% of the time. That is a completely pre-written speech. So it'll have something. This is the most basic form of it. You'll have like advantage 1, the economy. The economy is doing poor right now. We need to lower subsidies to help the economy. Advantage 2, foreign policy. We're going to have a conflict with Russia. Plan, lower subsidies. And then solvency. By our plan of lowering subsidies, we avoid conflict with Russia and help our economy. That would be 3 sheets of paper for a flow. Advantage 1, economy. Advantage 2, foreign policy. And then solvency. And then the other team would stand up and they give the judge and the teams a roadmap. They'd say, there's going to be 3 new sheets of paper, and then we're going to go to solvency, and then the economy, and then foreign policy. When you're keeping notes, usually you do it on the left side of the paper, you keep a column, and you write argument 1, argument 2, argument 3. Then when the next person goes to that sheet of paper, they make a list, argument 1, argument 2, argument 3. Then the affirmative gets back up, and they're going to get to rebut that. What they'll do is say, off of their first argument, extend my first argument that said X, and also here, and they'll read another piece of evidence. And so the way it looks at the end of the debate is, it ends up ballooning out. Like, there's an argument, there's an answer to it, there's 2 answers to that, there's 4 answers to that, right? And that's how it ends up spreading out. And then you could see, you might say, they dropped our third argument, right? They don't have an answer to that, right? So you keep, because of that, and it's very important to respond to all the arguments, you keep notes in this way that you call a flow. That way you can keep organized and you have a better idea. That's the idea. Now, it's nothing official. You could choose to keep notes how you want, but everyone's so used to that being how it occurs in debate, the judges will get pissed off for you if you fuck up the flow, right? Because they'll be like, you're all over the place. I can't follow you. Right? So I'm learning to flow in this round. I'm learning to keep notes like this. And it's absolutely worthless in a performance debate. Because it's not like, if I'm debating Cutsleeves, chances are if he's doing a policy debate, he's saying, here's my first piece of evidence, here's my second. You don't say it like that, but you're like, evidence 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's easy to keep those notes. But someone rapping, they're not saying, here's my first rap, here's my second rap, right? It's just kind of a string of argumentation. So I'm trying desperately to fucking flow. And this judge, after the one speech, turns and looks at me and goes, how's your flow? And laughed at me. I'm like, fuck you, dick. With some hard-ass fucking debate nerd. Like, go eat shit. I hated those people in the debate. There are people that think they're such fucking tough guys. It's like, dude, we are the nerdiest of the nerds. We're fucking debaters. That's one step below Dungeons and Dragon player. Like, get the fuck out of here. You're gonna act like a tough guy? Like, get the...
With his fedora.
Well, look, here's why, because, community aspect aside, performance debate it's much more manageable than technically speaking, than I guess when it was first arriving. And here's why. Do you know what framework is, Rob?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
framework is, to explain to the audience, you go ahead if you want to explain it.
Oh, no, I mean, framework is usually if someone does not adhere to the resolution, it's framework.
No, that's not how we use the word framework. That would be topicality. If the affirmative wasn't topical, that meant that they didn't have a plan that endorsed the resolution, so they were not topical. Framework is an argument. The way it was used when I debated was an argument to the judge, telling the judge how they should decide their ballot. So I'll give you an example. Let's say I run a performance debate and you stand up and you say, let's end subsidies, and here's a bunch of reasons that would be good for the country. And I decide to rap, right? My argument towards the end of the debate framework will be, listen, judge, if you sign a ballot for them, they're not going to the Congress isn't going to end subsidies. Instead, your ballot should represent who made the most cultural inroads into ensuring that organic intellectuals and average people have a say in our culture and political values. And if you think us rapping does that more than them speed reading policy shit, then you should vote for us. And your framework should be, the framework for the debate should be that we're future policymakers and that we're trying to advocate the best to become the best policy crafters. And so therefore the ballot represents an endorsement of who had the best policy idea. And so if you win the framework debate, I might say, well, I was more persuaded by their rap in terms of who makes more inroads culturally. However, because you lose the framework debate, and I think that my role as a judge is to determine who the best future policymaker would be, I end up voting for the affirmative. That's how we use the term framework.
That is framework on the AF. When like a 2AC stands, like if the 1 and C is performance, do you guys have anything, or do you remember anything of like framework on the neg? Like the AF writes a performance AF. They don't adhere to the resolution. Do you guys call that TUSFG? Do you guys call it framework?
Oh, well, I see what you're meaning. We didn't necessarily call it framework. We would say it's a theory argument. Most of the time we would lump that in with topicality. But yes, you can make a sort of a general theory argument that the affirmative doesn't meet the spirit of the resolution. Most of the time, the easier way to do that would just be to say you're not topical, you know?
Yes, yeah. So basically all performance debate, and it's like, it's all devolved into a framework, whether it be like framework on the AF, meaning you didn't meet the burden of rejoinder, or framework on the neg, you didn't read the resolution. In the same way that performance teams usually don't respond to the AF sometimes don't really respond to performance teams, because they're just like, framework, let us weigh the AF. And if they win framework, fairness, education, predictability, whatever, they usually just win the debate, because then extinction outweighs, and if you're dead, you cannot do your performance. And on the neg, the same thing happens, right? If they win framework, they win the debate. So all those debates just come down to like, can you win fairness is good? And that's how the debate been able to manage.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times.
Rob. Yeah,
a lot of times.
Yeah, Cutsleeve, don't let them exploit you, dude.
What are you talking about? A lot of times debates would come down to that. When you have clashing styles, that it's going to come down to a theoretical argument of whose style is to be preferred. That's certainly true, but there are ways to win. Like a good debater should be arguing in both worlds. You should say, this is why you prefer my framework and why we clearly win if you do. However, even if you don't prefer my framework, here's why we win within their framework as well. And that's what you should, that's sort of the level you need to get at the top level, because what a good team's able to do is cut their losses. And they'll like, so for example, I've seen, this is going to get way into the weeds, but let's say that a team runs like an abusive counterplan, right? And they ran the counterplan conditionally, or you know what that means.
That's something I have to ask you about too. Back in your day, counterplans used to have to be topical, right?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay, got it then.
They didn't have to be. In fact, there was a theory argument that topical counterplans were bad, right? But usually you tried to solve topical counterplans through a permutation. Anyways, the audience is like, what the fuck are you talking about? But anyways, a conditional counterplan. Let's say Cutsleeve stands up and says we should reduce corn subsidies by 20%, right? And I stand up and I say counterplan, we should reduce soy subsidies by 20%. And here's why that's preferable. It still solves Cutsleeve's argument about foreign policy. However, there's a unique disadvantage to cutting corn subsidies. That'll lead to starvation in Africa. But because we only cut soy subsidies, we solve Cutsleeve's argument, but we don't link to the starvation in Africa, right? Now, I could choose different theoretical ways to run that counterplan. I could run that counterplan unconditionally. An unconditional counterplan means that I have to go for that counterplan at the end of the round. Or I could run it conditionally. A conditional counterplan means I could always choose to jettison the counterplan and instead advocate for the status quo, right? And so what a good debater, you could make like theory arguments that says conditional counterplans are bad because you're not really endorsing a policy, right? You're sort of playing this game where you're saying, oh, there's two different roads we should go, and that's bad. And there's a bunch of reasons you can come up with why that's bad. And what you can make that theory argument, but you should also be arguing that you win in both worlds. You win in the world of the counterplane and you win in the world of the status quo. The same is true of sort of these framework arguments. It's very similar, right? You should be able to argue. So like, I'll give you an example. There was this team that from, I think it was Louisville, that used to be like radical black activists, and they would refuse to endorse the topic, the resolution. And they would instead say, your attempts to make them defend the resolution was basically you strapping them to the whipping post. So as a white man, me demanding what a black man say is me forcing him to be my slave. And so the role of the ballot should be rejecting my racism. And the idea that I'm going to talk about future policy implications is fake. That's just a game. Whether the United States federal government's never going to actually endorse the policy that I recommend. Or if I make a theory argument that you need to be topical, that theory argument as to the fairness of the game is less important than my physical act of racism by by figuratively strapping a black man to the whipping post by forcing him to talk about a certain thing. So we would argue theory against that. We would say this is a bad way to do debate. It's not fair. It's not good for education. You should prefer our method. However, even if you accept their framework that we should look at the world through the lens of Malcolm X, we still feel we win the debate because we're counterplanning to look at the world through the lens of MLK instead. And so you try to engage in both levels of that debate because sadly there are some judges that they're just not going to be persuaded by certain theory arguments. Because theory arguments usually are more, in my experience, are more open to judge bias than sort of substantive arguments on the issues. Judges normally are able to put their biases aside more when it comes to like, should we have subsidies or not have subsidies? But when it comes to like, should we have conditional counterplans or not, their bias sometimes could affect it more. So, I don't know. To everyone that doesn't debate Cutsleeve, people are like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? But,
Yeah, I have no clue what you just fucking said, dude.
yeah, it's, but yeah, the framework argument, I'll just say this because you remind me of me. I remember, and I won a JV out round once, and we went all in on theory against this critique. And our theory argument was that, like utopian alternative is bad. Just having an alternative that says reject is bad. And we won. And walking out of the round, the judge, I'll never forget this, he came up to me, he's like, man, you're fucking playing it fast and loose. I was like, what? He's like, dude, going all in on theory in the fucking 2AC? That's fast and loose, man. And I was like, I wonder why he said that. And then when I talked to my coach, he's like, yeah, man, you got to diversify. You can't just go all in on these like framework arguments right out of the gate. You got to fucking at least try to engage. And that's when I started to realize like, okay, I got to come up with arguments that engage on the substantive level as well as the theoretical level. But it's fun. Like, go ahead.
This might also be a turning point in debates evolution. If you go for a theory argument in either the 2AR or the 2NR, if it's not 5 minutes of the theory argument, most judges won't even like consider it.
Yeah, you know, that wasn't the case when I was there.
Have you ever heard of the phrase like going for the buffet?
Yes.
Yeah. They would consider it like that. All right, go on.
Yeah, I mean that it was sometimes like that, but sometimes not. Like, so for example, let's say I run Topicality, right? The resolution says you have to reduce subsidies. You stand up your plan's like, we should go to the moon. And it's like, well, wait a minute. That has nothing to do with the resolution. So I stand up and I say, hey, Cutsleeve isn't topical. He's affirmative. He has to defend the resolution. He doesn't defend reducing subsidies whatsoever. Here's the definition of subsidies. He doesn't reduce them. Therefore, topicality is a voting issue. It's prima facie, blah, blah, blah. I read my block on topicality, right? If you don't respond to it, I don't have to spend 6 minutes on it in the 2NR. Right, I could just be like, dude, he literally didn't respond to it. He's conceded that this is a voting issue. He's conceded that he's not topical. That's it. That's the end of the debate. Now, just in case you don't buy theory arguments, we'll go on to the other sheets of paper. So in that world, I didn't spend 6 minutes on topicality. You know, I only spent a minute on it, but I would still win that debate most rounds. Because most judges...
Yeah, if they drop it, yeah.
And so it's not just complete drop. Let's say you just make one argument, you know. But my advice as a coach would be, unless you're really in a tough spot and you're throwing up a Hail Mary, if you're going for a theory argument, you should basically go all in the last, right? Because theory arguments are like the proverbial death sentence, right? Like, that's it. If you win the theory argument, that's it. So a judge is always subconsciously going to look for an out to not give that death. Well, that's it. The round's over, right? And so if you give them that out by, well, I spent 3 minutes on theory and 3 minutes on substance, they're going to try to find a reason in their head to be like, look, here's why I don't evaluate the theory. So now let's get to the substance. And then you probably lose because you only spent 3 minutes on the substance, right? So yeah, generally the advice that I would give as a coach is most of the time, barring certain exceptions, yeah, if in the last speech you're going to go for a theory argument, go for it. And that's it. Don't give the judge an out. Don't leave the judge say, well, I really don't want to punish this team on this. I don't think it was that egregious, so I'll go ahead and go to the substantive debate, right? Because if you only go for the theory, now the judge has no choice. He's punishing one team. One team's going to lose based on that theory argument. So you just don't give them you don't give them the. I believed in some like fucked up theory arguments that no one else in the community did. Like, for example,
give me some theory arguments.
Let me think how this goes. I believe that you should be allowed to advocate the permutation as a policy option, even if the team kicked the counterplan. Is that common?
No, not at all.
I don't see why not. Right? If you're going to run the counterplan, a permutation means, let's say my plan is get rid of corn subsidies and Cutsleeve's plan is get rid of soy subsidies. A permutation would be, okay, do both. That's a permutation. We could do both, and here's why that's preferable. Now, most people think that if Cutsleeve says, never mind, I'm kicking the counterplan, that I could no longer say do both, because now the counterplan doesn't exist. Therefore, the permutation, the do both, doesn't exist. I say, fuck that. Why shouldn't you? It was your choice to kick the counterplan. I don't have to kick the perm. Right? And the theory reason... What's that?
Does that apply? What if the counterplan's untopical? Do you still think...
Yeah.
Should apply?
Why shouldn't it? Right. Permutation should be a test of competition. Permutation should be an advocacy. The perm doesn't have to be topical in my estimation. Right? Why should it be?
Yeah.
Because it's just, we're at this point, and the theory reason is we're here to find the best policy option. As policymakers, why would you if Republicans come up with plan A and Democrats come up with plan B, and Republicans say, actually, let's do plan A and plan B, and Democrats say, never mind, we don't want to do plan B now. Why should Republicans be withheld to not being allowed to do plan A and plan B? If it's about finding the best policy option and doing both together is the best policy option, why shouldn't I be allowed to advocate for that? That's my argument. And, I thought that on topicality, how does this go on topicality? Right? There's two different ways to evaluate topicality. There is... Oh shit!
Competing interpretations.
Competing. That's it. Reasonability or competing. I'm a fan of reasonability. Reasonability standard on topicality is the affirmative reasonably following the topic? Right now, the problem is reasonability subjective. That's the downside.
Exactly. I hate reasonability.
Reasonability is the way to go because what that means is it allows more affirmatives. Right? As long as you are at the heart of what the topic should be, I think you should be allowed to run that affirmative. Competing interpretations means the affirmative has a definition of the words in the topic. The negative has a definition of the words in the topic. And whichever one has the best definitions wins. Correct? That's basically competing interpretations.
Yeah.
So a lot of times it'll be vague words like substantially. So the topic might say, you need to substantially reduce subsidies. Well, what does substantially mean? So let's say my plan, I'm affirmative, and my plan is we will reduce corn subsidies next year by 20%. Cutsleeve could stand up and say, no, you're not topical because my definition of substantial is 50%. And he reads a definition from Webster that says substantial means 50% or more. And I stand up and I say, no, my definition of substantial, it means of merit or value. And I read something from dictionary.com, right? And then I'm going to say, here's why my definition of substantially is better. And Cutsleeve's going to say, here's why my definition's better. Now, the framework through how a judge evaluates that is either reasonability, in which that world the judge would say, listen, even though I might prefer one of these definitions of substantial over the other, do I think that the plan reasonably falls in what we would consider substantial? Yeah, I do, therefore it's good. Or competing interpretations. And competing interpretations would mean that whoever has the best interpretation wins. So even if I think that, yes, 20% is reasonably what I would consider substantial, I think Cutsleeves makes the argument that substantial should be 50%. He wins that argument. Therefore, he wins that they're not topical, they lose. I think if the negative argues for competing interpretation and they lose, their interpretation is the best interpretation, they should lose the debate. That's what I think. Because to me, competing interpretation is a framework argument that tells the judge the framework for this debate is who has the best interpretation of the topic that will make this debate the best going forward. And so if the affirmative wins that their interpretation is the best for the debate community, they fucking win. They win the debate. Because what normally happens is the negative will say, okay, you're right, your interpretation's better, so you don't lose on topicality. Okay, on to the next issue, right? That's how normally it works. And so just because the affirmative wins topicality, that doesn't mean they win the debate. But if the negative wins, their interpretation's better, then yes, they do win the debate.
Oh, so you think like topicality should be an RVI? Like,
correct.
If you go for T,
if your framework is competing interpretations, I think it should be a reverse voting issue because the framework for the debate, to me, what competing interpretations is saying is the framework for this debate is now who has a better interpretation of the topic. And if the affirmative wins, we have the better interpretation of the topic, they should fucking win the debate. That's why I prefer reasonability.
He is not conditional.
What's that?
Basically.
Yes, so kind of. That's a shitty way to make the argument, but yeah. I don't mean shitty in the sense you're thinking. It's shitty in that draws to a debate mind the idea of what conditional means, but that's basically what it is, right? But only with competing interpretations, because reasonability says, look, as negative, we're not saying we have the best interpretation. We're saying their interpretation isn't even fucking reasonable, right? If the topic says substantial and they only lower by 1%, that's not fucking reasonably substantial. So if the negative loses that argument, I don't think, because the framework is the affirmative reasonable? If the affirmative wins, yeah, we're reasonable, I don't think that's an RVI, a reverse voting issue. But if the framework is who has the best interpretation for the debate, and the affirmative has the best interpretation, why shouldn't I vote for them?
Exactly. I see what you're saying.
No one agrees with. By the way, you try to make that argument, you'll get fucking laughed out. People will be like, no fucking chance. Yeah. I argued with people way smarter than me, like, this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. But I'm just telling you, that's a persuasive argument to me. Here's another argument. Like, I'd make theory arguments on all kinds of shit. So let's say you run a counterplan, okay? I say, first question, you ask someone that runs a counterplan in the cross-sex. What's the first question?
Status.
What's the status of the counterplan? Is it unconditional? Is it conditional? Then people will use other words. Dispositional. Have you ever heard that?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So you might say it's conditional. And I would say, if you kick the counterplan, am I allowed to advocate for the permutation?
No.
Okay. My theory argument against you will be conditional counterplans where I'm not allowed to advocate for the permutation or a voting issue. And so
voting issue, why?
Because conditional is designed. I could say I could say it's designed as a skewing strategy. So instead of advocating for the best policy position, my opponents are instead trying to spread the debate out and arguing in multiple worlds. We should prioritize debate that is hyper-focused on one world versus another world. And if you're going to have multiple worlds, for the issue of fairness, there's no reason that the affirmative shouldn't be allowed to have multiple worlds as well. So the only way to fairly have a conditional counterplan is to also allow me to have a conditional permutation, which means that I could choose to advocate for the permutation or not at the end of the debate, despite what you choose to do with the counterplan. And the reason that it's better to run theory arguments like that is it catches people off guard. And the more specific you could make the abuse, the more persuasive it tends to be to a judge. If you just stand up and read your generic conditionality bad block, what's the negative going to do? They're going to stand up and read their generic conditionality good block. And 99% of the time, no one's going to go all in on conditionality bad, right? But if you make the argument, look, we don't have a problem with conditional counterplans. We have a problem with conditional counterplans when we're not allowed to advocate the permutation. It catches people off guard because now they can't just read their fucking block. They have to think about what you're saying and like, okay, why shouldn't I be allowed to give me your reason? Why shouldn't I be allowed to advocate the permutation?
Of a kicked out counterplan?
Yeah.
Because the logic of Kondo says if I kick out of a position, I should not be punished for it.
You're not being punished.
Well, if you can advocate for a permutation that I kicked out of, you'd punish me for not going for
How is that punishment? How isn't it you punishing me if I'm not allowed to go for the perm?
Well, that is Netflix. Like, I should be able to punish you with conditional off-case positions, but the logic of condo says it is not reciprocal, so you should not be able to punish me.
Totally disagree. I think the logic of conditionality says that the reason that conditionality should be preferred is because we are trying to advocate for the best policy position. And if the status quo is better than the counterplan at the end of the day, the negative shouldn't be punished to be forced to go for a counterplan. That's the idea of why conditionality exists in the first place. It is a test to come up with the best policy option. Given that, it comes logically that if the affirmative permutation is the best policy option, I shouldn't be punished and not allowed to go for it just because you choose to go for the status quo as opposed to the counterplan. There's no harm of fair. It's best educationally because it comes with the best policy option, and there's no fairness that takes away from fairness of the negative, because the negative could have chose to run the counterplan unconditionally, or could chose to go for the counterplan, or could choose to make offensive arguments against the permutation.
So when people kick out of a disad, do they just kick out of a disad, or because when we kick out of a disad, we'd be like, we'll concede that it's not unique.
You're right. Exactly.
Okay, so in your world, how are you supposed to kick out of a counterplan if you can't concede permutation?
Make offensive reasons. You can kick out, right? For example, chances are, if I run a permutation, I'm probably also making arguments against the counterplan. I'm probably saying the counterplan has no solvency, right? Right? That's probably something I'm going to say, right? So couldn't you say, okay, well, if the counterplan does nothing and has no solvency, then it doesn't help the permutation, right? So you could kick out the exact... In fact, the argument you're making now is an argument for me, right? Because you can't just be... If I impact turn your disad, right? You can't just be like, never mind, we're not going for the disad. That'd be absurd. Yeah. You're like, for those that... What this means is, let's say Cutsleeve makes an argument and says, Rob lowering corn subsidies actually devastates the United States economy, and a lower economy causes a war with Russia, right? And I say, actually... a bad economy is a good thing, because if we lower our economy, that lowers military spending, which means we're less likely to have war with Russia. Cutsleeve can't then just stand up and say, never mind, we're not going for that war with Russia argument. No, you're losing the argument. You're losing that I make war with Russia less likely. You can't just say, never mind, forget that, right? You would have to say, no, we're kicking out of it by conceding certain arguments that makes the sting of the disad go away. Why shouldn't the same be true of a counterplan? If the argument that you're going to the argument that most people would make in your position is a permutation is a test of competition. It is not a policy advocacy. That's what most people would say.
Disads aren't conditional.
What's that?
Disads aren't conditional.
Well, like, sort of are. You could choose to go for it or not at the end. Right?
But if there's offense on a disad, you need
not
to,
always.
As you said, kick them off.
Not always. I could just run defense and you could say, fuck it, I'm not going to go for it. So it was conditional. Conditional just means you could choose to go for it or not go for it under certain conditions. You don't have to go for a Go ahead.
Conditional means you've created a new world.
Well, yes. Just a status quo. Well, okay. Yes. You could have that interpretation that there is conditional worlds, right? But nonetheless, it's still a disad's conditional in the sense that you can choose to go for it or not.
You can kick it.
But
no, I see what you're saying.
But again, like, I'm not saying this is a slam dunk. Most judges will be like,
No, I see what you're saying. I see you. But you're cooking a little bit.
What you want to do, my advice for debaters at the higher level, which you're at with theory, is make your theory objection as specific as possible, right? Like, have you heard arguments like A-spec?
Yeah.
Agent specification, things like that. A-spec's a generic argument. It's rarely going to win, right? But if you could argue, right, A-spec in a world of not verifying a test case as well is uniquely abusive because of X, Y, and Z. It doesn't even matter if it's kind of bullshit. What it does is it puts the other side off their game. Because a lot of times what will happen is they'll just stand up and read their A-spec block. And you'll be like, that's not responsive to what I said.
That's not responsive.
You need, right? So anything you could do to force them to think on their feet, and you always want to sound as reasonable as possible to a judge, right? You don't want the judge to be like, oh, here he goes, just reading his generic theory blocks. You want the judge to think like, look, we normally don't have a problem with conditional counterplans. We're all for it. We run them ourselves. The problem is, uniquely when they run a conditional counterplan and they won't allow us to advocate for the permutation. That's the problem. right? And here's why. And to a lot of times it puts the team on their back foot, and it to a judge it sounds more persuasive, like, oh, this isn't your run-of-the-mill general conditionality bad I hear every fucking debate. This is something more specific. I don't know, talk to your coach about it, but it's something I would consider, you know, or a lot of times what'll happen is people will make like 3 theory arguments separate. Don't do that. Combine them, you know. Conditional non-topical counterplans are bad, right? Instead of just conditional bad and non-topical counterplan bad. Because when you make it 2 separate issues, it's less, the abuse seems less egregious. You see what I'm saying? So make blocks that tie those together. You know, as a judge, I always found that more persuasive, and I had more luck with that as a debater myself. Now, having said that, theory wasn't my forte. We went for business confidence every fucking round. Like, that was my argument. Whatever you did, you hurt business confidence, which hurt the economy, and it caused a nuclear war and then impact turn whatever your impact was. You say racism, I say a world of a low economy means more racism. You say climate change, I say a world of a low economy means more climate change. That was our strategy.
You know what the PRL was?
PRL?
Yeah.
No.
Well, basically there was an attempt to kind of excavate the K team from the community, where a bunch of policy debaters kind of gathered research and tried to like make and host tournaments.
Oh, yeah, my coach was involved in that. Well, I shouldn't say his name. My coach at Clarion University, yeah, I heard scuttlebutt about it. It was after I was out. He was specifically working with novice debaters, right? And so one of the things at Clarion University we got a bunch of rural people that come. It's really hard to get them involved in the game of debate. So you'd get them involved and you'd be like, hey, man, we're going to be talking about subsidies or about nuclear proliferation treaties and shit like that. And they'd be like, cool. And then they'd walk into a round and they would hear, you're white, you should lose. Or your plan advocates for capitalism, you should lose. And they'd be like, I don't want to debate anymore. This is fucking stupid. I thought we were going to be talking about nuclear weapon treaties. And so in the ADA, which is where we debated most, the American Debate Association, and I was in D7, I think is where I was, there was a lot of policy teams. And so even when I was there was sort of agreement to have novice-only tournaments that had certain policy arguments that were cut for each novice team, that they were limited to those. Yes, they were limited to those arguments. And then it never came to fruition while I was there. I heard scuttlebutt after I left that there was a more serious attempt to push for that, and there was kind of a schism in the debate community where a lot of people thought that that was horseshit and were sort of pissed off at the schools that were trying to do that. Is that true? Is that what happened? People were pissy about it?
Oh yeah. I mean, it was like kind of not. I mean, the schools still aren't demonized. We don't actually know all of the schools that are there, but it's the PRL and another thing you talk about, Louisville. It's called the Louisville Project. They're always like examples, and like sometimes just like examples that K teams use to be like, anti-blackness exists out there and in here. It's usually not like too big of a deal, but it's like
I said it hadn't, for me, it had nothing to do with black. It had to do with I'll say this, they achieved their goal. Clarion no longer has a team. So that's great. And what happens is, as far as I'm concerned, once you get to varsity debate, anything's on the table. No excuses, right? But for novice, it was a little different, right? Because you're trying to get people into the activity. And I'm not saying there can't be critiques, but there should be some sort of limit, because what ends up happening is shit gets really fucking offensive really quick in novice debate. So for those that don't know, this is the type of shit that'll happen. You have coaches and you have debaters that will make arguments, cut arguments. And most of the time it's pretty sophisticated at the top level. So you rarely will hear an argument at the top level that's like, fuck you, you're white, you lose. Or fuck you, you're a man, you'll lose. It happens, but most of the time it's much more sophisticated. You would agree with that, right? It's not going to just be...
Yeah, most of the time, yeah.
The problem is, when you hand that to a novice debater, they don't get the intricacies, right? So then I'm judging around, and here's like a novice team from Towson that runs like radical black stuff. And I've heard Towson's top teams make these arguments, and they're not really offensive. They're sophisticated. They're talking about racism and stuff, but they're done in a way that's not saying, fuck you, you were born an evil white man, But the novice team doesn't get that. And so they get into the round, and all of a sudden it's, fuck you, you're white. And then the other team, a lot of times, they're not going to understand how to, so it's just like, fuck you, how dare you? And then all of a sudden as a judge, you're like, whoa. You're trying not to intervene, but it's getting really heated, and it gets really personal. And what ends up happening most of the time is someone's like, I quit. Like, they're going to be done after that tournament. They're like, I don't want to deal with this. This isn't something, I'm doing this for my fucking class at school for extra credit, or, I thought this was an interesting game to try out. I didn't sign up for this shit. And by the way, there's other things about debate that cause that. Speed reading. If you're a novice and you get into the activity, you're like, cool, it'll be fun to talk about politics. And all of a sudden the person comes in and they talk about this observation. When we're going to be able to talk about this, we think the Joe Biden should be someone who should be the president. It doesn't matter if you, like, someone just like, what the fuck is that? Huh? And they just check out. They're just like, this is fucking dumb. And what happens at the novice level is so many people focus on reading fast, they forget how to learn to argue. And so then by the time you get to like the rebuttals, they're like barely speaking. Off the first, I guess I'm done. And it's like, dude, you spoke a mile a minute your first speech. And the reason you speak that fast is to get as many arguments as possible in, right? And then the second speech, you had nothing to say because your first speech was pre-written and you just focused on reading fast. But no one taught you that reading fast isn't important at all if you don't know how to debate. All it does is it keeps people out of wanting to participate in the game because the other side's going to be like, I can't understand this. What am I supposed to debate? And so I was in favor of trying to limit that shit in the novice level. I don't know. I don't think I ever advocated for punishing people or saying they couldn't read fast. But as a coach, I expressed, like, you don't have to practice reading fast yet. That's unimportant. Focus on one argument that you get a mastery over. And you might sound like you're losing in the constructives, but in the rebuttals, you're going to talk your full 6 minutes. And your opponent's going to not know what the fuck to say because all they know how to do is read evidence someone else cut for them really fast. But that sort of shit killed novice debate, at least around here. Novice debate used to be huge in D7 and in the ADA. And then, I don't know what it is now. I mean, is there big novice programs in tournaments you go to?
I mean, it's medium. But there are restrictions. Like, the exact restrictions, like, you talk about ADA, like, yeah, there are restrictions. There are, like, a case list.
They did. So they did do that at the ADA. Okay. I didn't know. That was not the case when I was there.
For novices, yeah, there's a strict novice case list.
I didn't know that, yeah. That was very controversial when I was there to suggest that. And again, for me, it's different at the varsity level because that level, it's like, okay, get your shit together, right? It's on you. But novice, you're kind of trying to teach people. And it's hard to teach people if the shit's going off the rails, right? It really is. Yeah, when I was Courtney's right. Courtney debated for a semester. But yeah, I mean, for as much as I bitch about debate, I loved it. I'm glad I did it. It ruined my speaking patterns. I still speak faster than the average person, but Cutsleeve will verify when I'm talking fast, that's fucking slow compared to top level.
Yeah, it's pretty slow.
Yeah. They used to make fun of me for how slow I was. And I couldn't keep up with the fastest people hearing them. I would have to grab their evidence. So I was at a huge disadvantage speed-wise when I debated.
Well, you can imagine, bro. People debate off laptops now.
Yeah, well, that was starting when I was there, like when I was coaching. When I debated, we still had tubs of physical paper evidence, right? And then once I started coaching, it was like you would hand a thumb drive to your opponents and then there was all these weird shit that came like, hey, don't scroll ahead of where I'm at while I'm speaking. Is that something that people say? Yeah, that was a big thing. No. That was a fucking big thing when it started, when the laptops, it was like, nope, you're not supposed to go ahead of where I'm at. Or here was another thing. People would give you a thumb drive of all the evidence they were going to read, but then they would only read half of it. And then at the end, when the judge would be like, can I see your evidence that says X? It'd be like, wait a minute, they didn't read those two. Like shit like that. It was a little fucking... But we were just, that was the beginnings of using the thumb drive like that. Before that, it was physical paper you were handing over. So, you know, unless you were handing 5 sheets of paper when you only read one, it kind of, yeah, Courtney's like, you debated 20 years ago, give it up. Yeah, it's true. It was fucking 20 years ago. It was crazy. But yeah, I mean, it was fun. I mean, I enjoyed it, and it does help you with like critical thinking, and it helps you like get an understanding of different ways to view the world and shit like that. But there's a lot to dislike about the debate community too.
There is.
Speed reading's stupid. It just is. The fact that even I could make fun of critical and performance debate, but the fact that every fucking policy debate ever ends in 10 nuclear war scenarios is a fucking joke. It is. Yeah. Everybody knows it. You know it. I know it. But it's easy to say, oh, biggest impact, nuclear war, right? Now it's up to you to prove that. Yeah.
There is, okay, I just learned this very recently. I think a debater actually did stop a nuclear war.
Oh, really?
I read an article. Do you remember the Cuban Missile Crisis?
Yeah.
And how it was like escaped by one phone call?
Yeah, I've heard this story. I'm not so sure I believe it. Here's a better debate story. Did you know the song "The End of the World as You Know It" is a song about debate?
Nope.
Do you know that song?
No.
You don't know that song? I bet the audience does. REM.
Yeah.
It's the end of the world as we know it. That's a song. Michael Stipe, the lead singer for REM, went to a debate tournament to watch his friend debate. And the reason, if Aftershock, you know the song, he's like talking real fast. Da 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 da. Yeah, he's making fun of speed reading in debate. And it's like everything's nuke war, volcano goes off, climate change, right? He's saying all these horrible impacts. And then the chorus is, it's the end of the world and we know it and I feel fine, right? Because he's making fun of, imagine all these people standing up speaking as fast as they can about nuclear war in 50 different scenarios with smiles on their face. Yay, I'm just playing a game. And so he saw the irony in that. It was like, so yeah, that's what that song's about. The end of the world as we know it. It's about debate. Also, here's another good story for you. This was in our office. It was like one of the national debate tournaments in like 1904 or something like that. One of the topics, Harvard's debate team got laughed out of the room because the topic had to do with, should we create a combustible engine for vehicles? And their argument was no, because it would lead to the creation of a flying machine that would drop a devastating bomb that would harm huge people. And they got laughed out of the room. And it's like, hey, that happened. that literally happened. So, yeah, I mean, shit, there is shit that happened. Like, I remember one time I was in a debate, and have you ever read, like, the ingredients on a pack of gum? Like, one of the things called, like, xanthan gum or something that's in gum. This fucking team we were debating had a piece of evidence that, like, xanthan gum was, like, the head export of Zaire. And so our plan would reduce xanthan gum production, which would lead to Zaire falling into civil war, which would draw in sub-Saharan Africa, which would lead to a regional conflict, which would lead to nuclear war. And I remember just sitting there chuckling to myself, like, what a fucking joke. Like, our plan's going to lead to less gum being produced, which causes nuclear war. But that's debate. That's how it goes. Everything leads to a nuclear war. And so, exactly. And the performance debate's stupid, and critical debate's fucking stupid. It really is. It's a bunch of people. It's if you ever get a chance, if you're listening to us and you ever get a chance to go watch a high level policy debate, and that's important that it be policy debate, which is probably the most difficult type of debate, you should do it. Because what you'll walk away with the impression of is, my God, these people are so ridiculously smart that they're fucking idiots. That's what happens. Because this is an insular group of people that for decades have been in the same bubble, and it's led to all these quirky shit. Like, you talk like an auctioneer, and you have all this language that only debater, like, I'm sure the people listening to us now are like, conditional, dispositional, reverse voting issue. What the fuck are these guys talking about? And that's what debate is. It's this separate language of this quirky bullshit. It's almost like going to a modern art show where you're watching someone just like, tape a mop to their back and like rub paint on the floor, and they're like, that's art. And you're like, wow, these people are so insulated and such in a fucking bubble that it comes off as so fucking dumb. That's how policy debate is to me. If you're outside of it and you look at it for 10 seconds, you're like, what the fuck is this? This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And you're right. It is the dumbest thing you've ever heard. But I was obsessed with it. I fucking spent 4 years busting my ass doing it. But, it's no different than any community. Like, it's like fucking Magic the Gathering or Dungeons and Dragons. It's like, when you're hooked, you're hooked. But it is fucking lame. Like, from the outside, it's lame. And so...
I mean, you know how many times I've just, like, woken up or, like, had a dream that I'm like, oh my gosh, I really just, like... I kind of know... I'm kind of bilingual a little bit,
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
I will say this, though. You stick it out, man, you'll get opportunities because a lot of people that do well in debate end up going to grad schools and things like that where they further their career. And there's a lot of people involved in like the lobbying industry or in politics or in the legal field that come from a debate background. So there's definitely a lot of connections you can make. And I'll say this, despite the fact that I think objectively, I was probably the best or at least tied for the best debater at my school's history. Thanks so much for the follow. I am the only one who was at the open level, the varsity level, that's not making six figures. All of my friends that I were better than that did debate are fucking killing it with their careers. Killing it. One works for government defense contractors making like $300,000 something a year. One works for Johns Hopkins University and is an administrator making hundreds of thousands a year. One's a lawyer for IBM. So, I mean, the if you take it seriously and you're not a fucking alcoholic like me and you actually, make connections, you could really set yourself up well for life. So as long as it's something you like, man, keep it up. And I hope to hear that, you're qualifying for the NDT someday. Do you mind telling me what university you're at? You don't have to.
I think you know.
I don't.
Whatever university you think it is, I'll DM it to you in after show.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'll just ask this then. Is it a university that's had teams with success that have qualified for the NDT? I'm assuming yes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason you can't make it, There's probably people that are your senior on the team that are really good right now. Fucking practice, debate them as much as possible. Take notes from them. And have a sense of humility. And understand that there's going to be way better people than you all the time. And that if you learn from them, you could, within 4 years, you could be as good as they were, if not better. So I wish you well. What's that? There's
that rule that's like, if you're the smartest person in the room, get out the room.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the other thing to remember is this, I've said this earlier, I was not very intelligent when it comes to like the average IQ or SAT score of people that qualified for the national debate tournament. But what I was very good at was I was a persuasive, like my strongest suit was cross-ex. I was very good at cross-ex. The technical skills of being a debater, the talking fast, the cutting evidence, the flowing. I wasn't good at that shit. I was bad. I was barely JV level at that shit. But I was a damn good persuasive speaker. And I was good at giving overviews. And I was very good at being able to determine through an individual judge what was the right argument to go for. And so my strong suit was I had a knack for almost always going for the right thing. After the round, the judge would be like, even if I lost, would be like, you made the right decision. You went for the right argument. And that was my strong. I did outsides on the affirmative. I don't know if you've seen anyone that does that. So I gave the 1AC and the 2AR.
Oh, ins and outs.
Yeah. So I did outsides. My partner was more of a technically better debater. He'd speak faster, could do the line by line better. I was more of a like overview, big picture type debater. So I did outs and then I was the 2N.
Okay, I'll tell you this. If you watch any video from 2023, 2024, constructives, super fast. You're not going to learn anything. But the final two rebuttals, oh, yeah. I think you would easily be able to, flow it. And
and that was true when I was there, too. There was a lot of slowing down because you want to be persuasive in those last two speeches. And certainly it's easy to read fast, right? It's harder to talk fast when you're not reading, right? Now, at the top level, everyone does it, right? But at the novice level, people read fast, and then when it comes to talking fast, not reading, they don't do it as well. But there is a natural slowdown in the final two rebuttal speech. That was the case when I was there too, and I could keep up with that. But it's an interesting process watching two good teams debate. It's interesting to watch sort of how it builds to the center and then all these extemporaneous arguments trickle away, right? And you get down to the core of the debate, the two or three issues that really matter. I always found that interesting. I love that, right? Like where it was like the gamesmanship of that, right? I found that interesting. I did. But it's nerd shit. It is. But it does teach you in life, right? Like there's a lot of stuff that I learned from that. How can I beat someone in a debate that's way smarter than me? Well, by understanding that I could lose 9 out of 10 arguments as long as the one I win is the most important. And by understanding that the person judging this debate's not some machine, they're a human with preferences. So can I read that person? Have I read their judge philosophy? Can I look at their eyes when I'm talking and see what arguments they're buying and which ones they aren't? Right? Or can I use the arrogance and intelligence of my opponent against them? Because some people are so smart that they instinctively want to win every fucking argument. And the problem is they waste their time on arguments that don't matter. And then when they find themselves with only 30 seconds left to get to the most important argument. So there's interesting strategies that you could use if you're focusing on sort of a big picture thing. I think a lot of debaters that are just naturally very intelligent and very technically sound, sometimes they lose that picture. Sometimes they're just like, fuck it, I could just outskill them and I'll win every argument. And the best debaters, though, the ones that are like the first round debaters, they could do it all, right? And that's why I'd say I could beat a first round debater, but if I debated a first round team with my partner when my last year of debate, if I debated them 20 times, I may, if I was lucky, win once. I mean, they're going to beat me almost every time. The top 50 debaters in the country, the difference between them and the next 50 is probably greater than 50 through 100 or 50 through like 1,000. Like those top 50 debaters are, crazy good. And
Exactly.
I don't know how well that translates into like debating online like I do. It doesn't necessarily translate to that. There are some skills that do, but some that don't. So it'd be interesting. I would love to have an online discussion with some of the debaters that would kick my ass in policy debate 20 years ago to see if they'd still kick my ass in like a regular discussion here online.
You know, a Conor boy is a debate coach, right?
No, I didn't know that. That's interesting. I'll have to talk to him about that. Yeah. Yeah, I just saw his face for the first time the other day.
Yeah, me too.
But I didn't know that. I didn't know he was a policy debate coach. It's interesting.
I picked it up because he was saying things like line by line. He said USFG, and I was like, I just asked him. I was just like, bro, are you? There's some buzzwords that you can pick up, and I picked it up with you too. That you just can't escape the policy grammar.
Yeah,
right.
It is
inherency. So sometimes you should be like,
you hear someone say inherency, you're like, Fiat. That's a big one. Right? Fiat's a big giveaway. Link, yeah.
Link.
And I still use that. I'll say non-unique in debates a lot, and then I realize no one knows
exactly.
What the fuck I'm talking about.
I catch it.
It's funny, but no, I hope you stick with it, and hopefully you'll have stories to tell us of your success. I think that would be wonderful. But I'm gonna let you and Aftershock go because I got to get downstairs.
See you guys later.
Nice talking to you, man.
Hope day, you guys.
Thank you, Aftershock.
See you later, man.
See you. Talk soon.
See you guys.
Maybe not the. There we go. Sorry. What people expected here. I think I talked about what I wanted about Fallout from the debate here. But I know, hey, what's up, Vankar? There's someone I haven't heard from a while. Did I talk about the Chevron decision? A little. I think that I'm not going to lie. I didn't get to read the decision well. And I can't say that I know tons about Chevron deference. But the idea that this sort of magnified the power of the same sort of establishment deep state that I criticized, I think it's a big win to overturn that. Any debates upcoming? Not to my knowledge. I don't have anything specific planned. But maybe I'll reach out to Destiny after this Biden debate and see if he wants to try to defend Biden again. I'm sure he'll let me come on and talk, and I'll be able to make fun of him for how shitty his opinions are in that. So we'll try to get that going soon. Other than that, plans here for me in the future. I'm tomorrow hanging out with family. Sunday I'm going to a concert. Maybe I'll be streaming Monday, Tuesday. My birthday is July 4th, so I'm sure I'll be taking some time off. Streaming around the 3rd and 4th. I don't know exactly what I'm doing, but you should hear from me Monday or Tuesday. And I think it'll be interesting. Thank you. I'll be 40 years old man. Do another debate with Andrew Wilson. I'd love to. I love debating Andrew. I think Andrew has suggested maybe it would be nice for me and him to team up and go on Timcast, which I would love to do. I think that would be very entertaining. Plus, I've never met Andrew in real life, so that would be all right. What's the main difference between the top 50 debaters and the 51 through 1,000 debaters? The top difference. I would say the things I said are strong suits for me is what separates them from the following 1,000 debaters. Most of the people that are in that 51 through like 250 range or something like that were the opposite of me. They're very technically sound debaters. Like, they could read fast, they cut evidence well, they're good at the line by line, they're good at keeping notes and stuff like that. But where they started to fall short was having a strategy for exactly what arguments to go for in the rounds, and being able to think outside the box, like to think like on your feet. They were very good at the stuff that was pre-planned. I was sort of the opposite. I didn't have those skills, but I was pretty good at thinking on my feet fast, making, audibles in the middle of a round, being able to read the judge. I was pretty good at that stuff. The top 50 debaters were even better than me at that stuff, but also technically superior. So they just don't really have weaknesses. It's not like you're going to surprise them with some argument they haven't heard, because they have such a foundational understanding of the arguments that they are reading. They'll have read book after book after book after book on it, article after article after article, and you're not going to surprise them with some argument that they're not ready for. They will understand the theoretical implications of every argument they're making and be able to answer back on the fly any theoretical objection that you have. Their word economy will be through the roof. Not only are they fast, one of my weak suits is, I don't know if you can tell, I'm very wordy. Their word economy will be amazing, where they'll be able to say the same thing I would say in 30 words in 7 words. They'll have clarity. The best debaters won't come across as hard to understand as much as like for a person that isn't involved in debate. They're able to articulate their argument to a litany of different types of audiences. So they know how to speak the lingo with a high-level policy person. But if the judge in the back of the room's a novice that's never heard this, they're able to articulate those exact same complex issues to an audience that doesn't really understand that complexity as well. Some of these debaters, it was mind-blowing. Like, they would have like photographic memories. They'd be able to tell you, like, not all of them, but some of them. I remember debating this kid once and told me, like, if you look at page 253, like the third paragraph, and sure enough, I opened the book. I'm like, holy fuck, how's this possible? By the way, I won that round against that guy. But yeah, it's amazing. Those people. I'm not saying they're unbeatable. They're not. And you remember, your judge is human. But I mean, there were certain debaters you knew. When you walked in the room, I knew when I walked in the room, was like, this is an uphill battle. But I like that. For me, that was time to take risks. I got nothing to lose, right? Who's the best debater in the streaming community? Me, I think. I think that I'm one of the top debaters. I think Andrew Wilson's one of the top debaters. I think Destiny's one of the top debaters. There are people that I think are good on specific topics. I think when it comes to economic debates, Econoboy's pretty good. I think when it comes to legal debates, Pisco's pretty good, despite the fact I think he's a bad-faced sack of shit. But I have to give the devil his due. I do think that's the case. I'm trying to think. I don't know. Anyone specifically that someone thinks? Zen's good on, like, abortion topics for sure. I haven't heard Zen debate in a while, though. Oh, thanks, Nico. Tim Pool. Since good in a tricky way, right? But he could be good. Dyer, very good when it comes to sort of religious arguments and philosophical arguments, yeah. How well do I think Andrew would do in a college debate? I think once he learned the process, he would do very well. I think Andrew has very similar talent stack as me when it comes to debate. His strong suits would be very similar to mine. I don't know how well he would take to the reading fast and that type of shit, but you could teach that shit. So I think he would do very well. Would make me a master debater. You're the millionth person to make that argument. So, all right, let's find someone to raid here on Twitch, and then I'll get out of your all's hair. By the way, I don't know if people saw me sweating here.
It is not.
There is no air circulation. I'm guessing it's 90 to 100
Still not in.
degrees.
Is she in?
And it's so freaking humid
found a
here.
safe spot.
Freaking. No one's streaming tonight. What's up with that?
Twins, which even makes us more cooler.
Rampage Paul. I am streaming. I'm about to end it, though. I'm sweating because of the printers. I probably went a little hard on Chief Wahoo there. He deserves it, though. His team's called the Guardians now. What the hell is that shit? Nah, I didn't talk much about the Dr. Disrespect stuff. And what's there to say? What came first, the chicken or the egg? Does being a big-time streamer require you to be a piece of shit? Or do you become a piece of shit once you're a big-time streamer? I don't know much about the specifics. Oops. I didn't raid in the right way. 1 second. It's a difficult question. Like, we don't know the specific details. What specifically did he say, et cetera, et cetera? How old was the girl? I know people don't want to hear this, but messaging a girl that's 17 years and 9 months is different than messaging a girl that's 14 years. Not that either's acceptable, particularly when you're in your mid-30s and you're married. I think it's fucking terrible. I think it would be terrible if he was messaging a of-age woman cheating on your wife like that. I think that's terrible. But it's uniquely bad to be talking to someone that you know is underage. And for me, the thing that always blows my mind the most about this shit, like, yes, the worst part is being a creep, making explicit message to an underage kid. But beyond that, how fucking dumb do you have to be to not know that there's a solid chance that those DMs are eventually going to get out? You're going to ruin your fucking life over this? It's just, to me, I don't know. Now, having said that, I don't know Dr. Disrespect. Yeah, so, no, Chief Wow, no big deal, man. I know, I'm just taking out frustrations. Is what I do, I'm sorry. But, you know, I don't get it. I don't get these people. It makes no sense to me, so. Twitch keeping under wraps is fucking horrible, of course. But what do you expect from Twitch? Anyways, it's about to raid out, so thank you so much, everyone. I'll talk to you all soon. As always, have a good one.